Hey YouTube, how's it going? I've been playing the bass, and yes, it was Rick James, Super Freak. Thanks to Clint for playing this the other day, because I didn't know it was a cover. I just assumed it was MC Hammer. She's the kind of girl you don't take home to mother. Baby, carry on the wall. Hello anyone, is anybody there? Holy summons, here we go. Hey Kenneth! Yeah, this is my bass. I've had to have one. At one point I only had one bass. This was the bass I had. Hey Bad Onions, Randy. Hey Keith, Dave. Just call you Keating, eh? Dave Keating, West of Ireland. You get the rain before we do then. It's hip to be square. Oh, can't remember. Can't remember how hip to be square goes. The video, Who You Lose video is amazing for it though. Yeah, so I've been playing bass long enough to warrant Bucky time. So how's everyone going? Fellow non-square space monkey. Well, talking about number 23. Talking about guitars is great fun. Well, there's no rain today, should be fine tomorrow. Rocking. Well, Andy, buy yourself a bass, because bass is amazing fun. Actually, Music is Fun, who's not like Piers round about now, been doing bass videos the last couple of weeks, and I've been watching them. One of them was that Super Freak song, which I said I didn't know it was a cover, and today he done the chain. You don't love me again. Actually, when I was playing along with the chain as well as Clement was, and I was thinking I might do a wee lead bass video at some point. Just have him on the telly playing the normal bass, because it's kind of not in, especially in the chain, a lot at the start, the ding 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 ding. I was over the top of it. Lead bass being a good thing, and it's quite. I would never do it with someone else actually playing live, because it would just stop, just go, look, don't do that. Whereas if I'm just doing it myself, it doesn't really matter. That took, honestly, it'd be big black, it'd be hairy, and I'd be afraid of it. Okay, Buckfast at Tiffany's. I hadn't thought of that. I don't know. Buckfast at Tiffany's. Yeah, you can obviously just use different tunes. That's a little bit non-aggressive. It should really be a bit more what you're looking at. You lamppost and then fighting with a lamppost. But that, see, try to do two things. I'm not playing enough. Getting that extra bit in. Well going. Which should be dead easy, but I had to really. Man, it wouldn't. Go on, hands, do it. It was like that all the time. Get a wee bit blasé about it, I think, with the bass. Hey, Stratocaster, Mr. Whitesnake, how's it going? You're definitely getting different coloured things coming up. I don't know if that means anything at all. Why Stratocaster Ian and Mr. Whitesnake are both purple and Charlie Endale is blue. Don't know. Hey, Daniel, with your yellow text under your name. I've not played this enough. This is an American, and so I'm playing an American. Actually, I took this opportunity to go for the 4 guitars of similar colour. And what is really annoying about this is when you see them all next to each other, my God, the Yoshi looks really good. It looks just nicer. I mean, this one and the matching Telecaster are both like nitro finished and a bit more of a complicated colour. And unfortunately, next to them, the FGN kind of is my bass of farting. I think it's probably just because playing the bass is probably not a good idea. And the live stream because the mic can't handle it. So I'll maybe put the bass down and play the guitar instead. Oh, the sound doesn't cut out like it was doing last week. I don't really know how that happened last week. What am I trying to do here? I'm going to mute the bass. Yes. And swap for a guitar. Which will hopefully not be farting. And hopefully be in tune as well. But the colour on it, it just kind of, I ended up liking this guitar an awful lot more than I expected to. I like it more than the Grants. Even though they're pretty much the same guitar. Well, they are the same guitar, these ones. That wasn't volume control, that was volume control. I'm not used to this one. Yeah, obviously haven't been playing it enough if I'm getting problems with the noise. Again, what's going on? I can't be clean. I'll just let it ring. I'll just let it be noisy. Who cares? Yeah, another Sunday, another Bucky. Cheers to Jez, and I forgot who it was that gave me the super chat again last week, but rocking. I did spend the entire tenner on this, and I bought a bottle of cider just in case this doesn't last very long, and people are still talking. Then I'll stick about. So I'll talk about that about my Schecter bass. I bought that in about 1999 or something like that. I was in a band. When I joined the band, I traded in my Aria ZZB bass for an Epiphone EBO, used the Epiphone EBO, and then got a shot of a P bass, and it was just miles better. So in the band I was in called Carnival, so I borrowed a P bass for a week for one rehearsal, and it was like, right, I have to get a P bass, and it was either that one or a 1975 jazz bass, which was £100 more. But that one, you just play it, it's just amazing, like the best bass ever. So, and that is officially the most expensive guitar I've ever bought, followed by my Gibson SG, and then that one. And then I don't keep track of anything, but that's the third most expensive guitar I've ever bought, and I will not go above my limit. That's why I was so pleased when I wasn't pleased that the PGM arrived broken, but when I got the money back for it, I did put it down below my limit. I was already trying to get around that by selling the pickups that I also bought with it. I bought a set of pickups for 50 quid, which are worth more than that. So I'm going to try and use that to offset. But I used guitar this week, but two of the frets have lifted up from the neck. I would try just tapping them in. I'm never 100% super over the moon when you tap it in, because I just feel what's going to stop it popping out again. But you could use a dapping hammer, which I actually just used to use a claw hammer, like full on like a bit of cardboard insulating tape stuck on the head of the claw hammer, so that it wasn't like metal on metal. That's an Anvil song, metal on metal. But I do actually have a dapping hammer. You get for like a couple of quid. You just tap them down and kind of try and. I've had it before where you're sitting there and it's like, it's fine. You noticed it was in the middle of the fret that was wrong, so you tap that down, but then the ends kind of pop up. Then you tap that down and the middle pops up, so you might end up just kind of try and tap out the way. Sort of like if there's your fret, kind of go dunk, 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 chase it out the way. It might sort it. I don't know whether it sorts it forever. I don't know. Hey, Bad Onion managed to pick up a set of pickups, but after a set of 3 stacked P90s from a vintage AV6 Strat made by Wilkinson, they're getting put in my Mexican Strat with all the switches. I've actually got a pair of. Where are they vintage ones? I think they might be. The stacked P90s are P100s. I think that's what a P100 is. So I don't know. If you got two in a Strat's quite rare. I remember doing a Strat before. We put P90s in it and then just going, you just don't get Strats with P90s. I know vintage do a model and some, but you don't get like, you see tellies with P90s. You just don't see Strats with P90s. I don't really know why. They're good. The guy I had a switch, because they're stacked. You can effectively coil split them so that you get you get the original noisy P90, which I think sound better. Never been that much of a fan of the stacked ones. They seem to, I know there's much less buzz and hiss and stuff, but that buzz and hiss is kind of what I like about P90s. And it's like, so it's a good idea to have, maybe if you've got like an emergency switch where you can run them on just single P90 mode. But if you're at rehearsal or on a stage or something and they're pure noisy as fuck, you've got like a switch that will put them into not quite as good but hum cancelling mode. But I don't know. I'm trying to see how many. There's not that many switches you could put on it. Definitely, if you've got opposite wine ones, I would get them both. I'd get a series switch to knock them into a big humbucker. Hey, Yoakum! Trying to get any sound out of an old Black Star with stereo cabinet output and no built speakers, trying headphone jack, nothing. That's really annoying, isn't it? You just get nothing at all. I wonder, there'll be a fuse somewhere. There'll be a speaker fuse. I wonder if it could just be like, I've had the amps before where basically what's broken is the actual volume control. The actual pot's just knackered. So it's like everything else is working. It's just the volume control is just off and it just doesn't come on again. I don't know. Got my Strat at its case first about 5 months still in June. Yeah, I think to be honest, it's probably just the same temperature today as when you put it away 5 months ago. But oh, you did buy exactly. See, that's what it gets you. Because I don't think I bought one. I did acquire a couple, but I've not bought one for a while. Bought another Sakai, 75 quid. I actually did a Sakai video today. I've just done one up. They're quirky. I think 75 quid if it works is probably pretty good. The reason I've been had a couple of them is because I couldn't believe how much money I got for them. I got like 180 quid or something like that, and they sold dead quickly. I think it's just pretty rare because I was selling ones that actually had all the bits and worked or had been modified into such a way that it had a decent action and it worked. You know, like I think I maybe had to make the tremolo arm and the bridge was a tune-o-matic, you know, stuff like that, but it had been modded to actually worth, so they're worth money. Hey, front row, Neil, how's it going? 2 HB P90s in the Strat. Oh, God. Hey, Dorothy, the lab skeleton. Got some noises pickups recently. They're actually humbuckers. Did a split thing with them. Possibly. I don't know how you can. Yeah. You're using the other coil as just a hum cancelling coil. That's what the whole idea with the stacked one. You're not actually the second coil on a humbucker. Both of them make sound, whereas in a stack one, the one for them below is not really for making sound. It's for picking up frequencies because it's reversed to the other one. It picks up the opposite frequencies of interference than what the main one does, and then you cancel the two of them out. And the problem is you lose some of the other high end. That's why I prefer them untapped, or I prefer them when they're tapped or on single coil mode. 6-hour coach to Plymouth. Oh, is it the Megabus? The Megabus. I got the Megabus just pre-pandemic. When would that be? 2019 or something like that? That would be. I went down to see Baby Metal and I got the Megabus, and it was like, I think it might be 1999 return. I was like, that'll be fine, and it was just, oh God, it was difficult. Really, it was torture. It was all right on the way back, but on the way down, oh man, oh man. Who's a friend to check it up? All dials. I mean, I take it you've checked the obvious things. You've tried different leads and a different guitar, and you've definitely plugged the amp into. And if the headphone socket's not going, I don't know. I have heard that they're not easy. They're not people. Repair folk don't like them. The Black Stars, something to do with the way they're made. They're slightly different circuit, and they've used different parts. You know, there's something about them not being real valve amps either, even though the thing that makes it not a real valve amp, something to do with a diode clipping thing, is in a Marshall JCM 800, so no one says it's not a real valve amp, but that's the same thing. I think it's the same thing with is it not? They've got digital reverb, I think, as well, or something like that. First guitar was a Sakai. It was £21. Well, there you go. The thing is, I mean, those guitars, I got a few guitars in last week, sort of crazy ones, the Revelation Vox and the Danelectro and the Soviet one and a Sakai, and it was like, I just did that today, and it was, I wasn't really expecting much from it. The problem is I've already had a couple of them, so I kind of know exactly what I'm aiming for, so I aim for it and hit it. And to be totally honest, with those old pickups in it, the acousticy sounds kind of like the way that Danelectro was. Just having it plugged in to a clean amp and playing it like an acoustic was actually pretty good. You know, it's like, it can kind of do a better acousticy sound than like a, not using the word real guitar, but like a, you know, like a Gibson or something. It doesn't really do that acousticy. I think the sort of the overall shitness of the guitar gives it that acoustic twang. Same with the Danelectro, like an inherently designed thing. It's got more ringiness to it. Is Sakai the same as Tesco? I'm not sure. I think the problem is there's cheaper ones. Like you see these guitars that look like the Tesco, kind of like the Sakai does, but I think Tesco were actually quite good, but you get an awful lot of guitars that look like copied those ones that were really cheap. So I think Tesco's are all quite good guitars. My pal Ivor's got a bass. It's kind of like a jazz bass, but it looks pure small and really, really cheap and nasty. But then you play it and it's a real bass. It's like, whoa, I think it's actually a branded Tesco one. It's just Tesco. It's pronounced Tesco, even though it's got extra things in it. First guitar was an Aria RS Wildcat. Yeah, they're worth a bit. The problem with the Wildcat is the Wildcat's Korean, and if you get the Japanese version of it, which is just called an RS something, it's a lot better and the same price. So basically, if you had a Wildcat just now, I would say sell it and see if you can get yourself an RS Esprit or whatever the other ones are, because the difference between the Korean and the Japanese is this. But they're still good. Anyway, building up the height of a single nut slot, the A string slot is too low for my new. I just don't want to replace the nut. You can be a cheating bastard like I am and put a blob of super glue on it. It depends. If you're only talking about raising it a wee bit, we did a super glue in there, let it dry for a couple of hours, and then kind of file it down. You can raise it a mil and get away with it. I'm not sure how permanent a fix it is. I think it's quite permanent, but I've done that before myself when I can't be bothered. You know, you get to a point where it's not worth spending the time on it. You know, it's like if it was just a cheapy guitar. Speaking of cheapy guitars, a Fasley Rickenbacker. Wow. I wish I'd bought one of those Fasleys they were doing. I don't know if they're still doing them, but they had a web offer when I was looking up. I think it was Mr. White had one. And it was, I think it was, it worked out as being £58 delivered for a Telecaster with an exotic wood top, which kind of looked like a pallet. It's 58 quid delivered. I really wish I'd bought it. How bad could it be? I'll get a video out and burn it now, but I'm sure it'll be all right. Yeah, so baking soda was the other thing that I couldn't find. I didn't have. But yes, there's different ways of doing it. You can put different things in. I mean, that's one of I will disclose no names. I was doing a Washburn Flying V for one of my pals, and when I took the high E out, something fell out, and it was basically another bit of the E string had just been put in below the string into the nut. So it's like instead of the string into the nut, there was another just a wee 5mm long piece stuck in, which can get you going. Get an Epiphone Casino, Paul McCartney for a couple of pedals. Yeah, just put super glue in the slot itself. Bucket. But yeah, if you've got baking soda, put that in as well, and then you can file it back out again. I'm talking about literally just putting it in and just to raise it, just that wee bit. I assume you're talking about it just that wee bit too low. It's like just really annoying. Oh. But Epiphone Casino could be. I don't really know anything about the Epiphone. I can't get myself around the semi-acoustic thing. I was meant to get my pal's got what he reckons is an old Japanese Telecaster thin line, which he was going to bring up last week. He came over, and he arrived and he forgot to bring the guitar with him. Great, but just fair enough. I don't know if I've ever done that before, but so I love evening talking shit with Ronnie when but he forgot to bring the guitar, and I'm kind of wondering if I'm going to end up with it sort of because the brand name is Custom, and it looks like the same as my Antori where it says Custom, and it's like, so how do you sell a custom guitar? You know, I know he didn't pay very much money for it, so there might be something in. But in saying that, I've had a couple of thin lines and loved the idea of it, but you play it a couple of days and then it's like, nah, you're better off without the stupid echo. Dan Irwin trick is to build the underside of the nut with layers of string packet paper and super glue. Yes, or you could raise the nut up and down. Yeah, totally, you could do that. It depends on how easy it is to get it out. If the nut's like just falling off, you can get the nut off. Just go for it. But I mean, if it's a Strat or something, you've got it in that groove thing when you're sitting there trying to split this. I would maybe just go for the sticking of it, and then at some point doing it later. EX Paps, how's it going? There's a guitar at Clyde College, a guitar repair course. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know there was a guitar repair course. I wonder if you maybe tell me some things that I'm missing. Your Aria Pro 3ES 500WA is the best hollow body I've ever played. That looked a really fancy guitar. Yeah, it looks pretty fancy though. It doesn't have the most. If I had to change one thing about that guitar, it would be called like an Emperor though. So you go like my Aria Pro 2 Emperor, not my Aria Pro 2 3ES 500WA, which sounds a bit shit. Give it a name, the Super Leviathan or something would be pretty cool. Well, I'll be up to £70. Yeah. The Fazlies, I don't know. I mean, they had. I keep saying there's someone trying to sell one, and I think it's Erskine or no, not Erskine, the Grangemouth way somewhere. I keep seeing it. It's a yellow one with what looks like it's black binding, but it's actually it's a Strat, and it's just got a black painted band around it where the binding would be. But the guy wants like 100 quid for it, and it's like I looked them up on the Fazley site, and they're only 70 quid new, so I don't really know what they got. How many cream eggs? I haven't had any cream eggs this year. I saw them, but didn't buy them. Fazzies are 70 now. Got when they were 40. I don't. I know. I think to be fair, I think it was 55 or 58. I could get one for delivered. I think it was £12 delivery on that. I think they were. It was only 15% off or something. I mean, it pure brought it down. But I don't know. If you got fun, I don't know. I mean, I have actually had a Fazli before. I drove somewhere stupid, Cumnock or something like that, like an hour and a half to get this. It was was it a thin line? It might have been a thin. It was I think it was this colour and it had binding on it, and I bought that. I think it might have been P90s in it, and it was only like 45 quid or something. It's like, oh, so I drove like an idiot an hour. You know, spent 20 quid in petrol to go and get this thing, and then it was all right. I did have to do a bit of work to make it okay, but it wasn't shit. But I think, to be honest, new at the time they were only 70 or 80 quid because it was like the high end Telecaster. B stock. I don't know if you want a B stock Fazli. It depends what the B is. I suppose it's like you know, I know a lot of people buy. There's a big thing in people having B stock Harley Bentons, and if you're looking at a guitar and it's got a dent in it there, it's like B stock. Yeah, it's got a scratch in it, or that, you know, there's a bit of paint that isn't right. That's fine. It's when it's like pure. Why is it a B stock? Because it doesn't have a truss rod in it, or the bridge is, instead of being here, it's here, or you know, there's a, when does it become B stock and when is it just like not acceptable? I get the impression most of them are. Anybody's darn sarf is worth a punt. I don't know what that means. Yeah, no, I would definitely be. As long as you know why it's B stock. But I mean, I totally get that. If you're buying a brand spanking new guitar and it's got a scratch in the back of the neck, which you could easily have done on the way home, but I'm buying a brand new guitar. I want money off that for that scratch, which could have happened in the shop or anything. I mean, you do end up. I actually found it a wee bit. I was disconcerted. I was playing a guitar during the week there. Chrissy's the American Fender Strat, which was gorgeous. It was too nice. I think it was like a 2014, so not new, you know, like nearly 10 years old, but totally any sort of dent's going to be its first dent, which I'm kind of a little bit worried about. But I don't want, you know, I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. I don't want a guitar that's fucked, but if it's because I'm buying all these ones from the 80s and stuff like that, they've all got dents on them. So if I did dent this, it would be harmful. But I mean, you're not going to notice. It's not going to be the biggest dent. Scroll up. Ian Gary Davida, can you play my maid? I could probably play a bit of in a good ad of a divide. Aye. There's not really that much I mean I can play. Put the right pickups in this super distortion. I want to lie. This monster's whisper, looking back at me. Anyone should cheap Fazzy should check out the Budget Guitar Show. As that reviews lots of different models. He has a Firebird this week, goes for 150. Wow. I suppose it's just if you've got the money to throw at that. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's that whole thing about just how consistently are you going to get it? It's quite difficult. The whole buying new guitars. That's the thing about the. Just because I got a shit one doesn't mean they're all shit. But I mean, I'm not taking the risk the way most people would be at buying a guitar for like 75 or 100 quid, and I will be able to make it work or something. I don't know. I don't hate playing channels, just fear to dig in. It's not so much that. It's not the playware's kind of cool. You know what I mean? You get guitars that have got playware. It's the old hitting it off a door frame, that kind of thing. I always remember my pal had a first band I was in, Whitey, we were called. That's when you had too much to drink and you go white and then throw up. No, wasn't a racist thing. And the guitarist, the singer, had bought an Epiphone Chet Atkins, which was like a solid body acoustic. And the other guitarist, I was a bass player, the guitarist had a Jackson pointy-headed thing. And there was one point when it was, I look at this, and the head of his guitar being a pointy head literally just went, and just went poof, right into the front of the literally bought that day thing, made it a big dent that you could see from space on it. So that was worse. That was worse than the guitarist Michael was like, I'm so sorry. It's like, you were like, just stamping my guitar, you know what I mean? Make it better because it didn't really damage his. I don't even know this actually. I bought a B-stock Tokai, great, but the paint wasn't great in the back. That's the thing. I bought a B-stock Washburn Rover travel guitar, and literally, I can understand why it was a B-stock. It was like, see the bit where the heel was. It was like the paint was thin, so you could kind of see the wood through the paint on the back there, which is unacceptable for a brand new guitar. But the rest of it was absolutely mint, still in its case and everything. And you couldn't even see what. But when you put the strap button was somewhere. Once you put the strap on, you couldn't even see it. That sort of thing is great, but I don't know if Harley Benton would class that as a fault. Do you know what I mean? It's just when you get some guitars that are faulty and it's like the neck's twisted is not the same as a guitar that's faulty, as in the paint's a bit thin. And again, it depends where the bit, it's got a scratch on it. Where is it? Here. Oh, where is it? Here. It's on the back. You can't even see it. Love South Coast Area Pro Catalogs, good back. But to be honest, for 75 quid, is that a Floyd Rose on it? It could be fun. I mean, catch you later. Mrs. is moaning. It's like, this is a show for the ladies as well. We're going to just tell them we're talking about shoes and dresses later. That's just sex, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, Dave Fuzz. Yeah, actually, no, I was going to say I've seen them. I haven't. I don't even know why I know them. To be honest, I know them from The Simpsons. There's an episode where Bart somehow manages to sneak the sheet music for Iron Butterfly into church, I think. And it's like the wee old woman's going like that. The keyboard was ha 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 ha. Yeah. So I kind of know it from that, but I do actually have the original record, which is fucking early. It's like a 60s, 67, 68, something like that. Like the flip back sleeve and all that, and there's one side's only one song, which must be one of the first albums that wasn't like a classical album or an opera that had like one side, one song thing. I don't know. 18, can I hang on your yacht player? What the hell? I don't know what a yacht player is, but I like it. My dad's actually got a yacht. That's actually a record I never bought. There was a record I used to always see in Record Fair, and to be honest, it was still there last time I looked at it. Now we're talking about this record has been in that shop for at least 20 years. It might still be there, and it's the Tyler Gang, who have no idea who they are, but the album's called Yachtless, and I've often almost bought it just because I like the name. I like the name of the album. It's a cool cover. It can't be £1 though. It must be an expensive one. It must be like £3, which is why I've not bought it yet. So there's a joke in there, isn't there? It's like a pure I don't know. You probably can't even say I'm like what's got 8 legs and a big black fanny. Yeah. Yeah. Hey Benny, any experience with First Act? There's a Lola, like a single cut SG on eBay for 90, and what one is I'm really into doom metal. Okay. The answer is no, but there was a guitar. I remember watching a thing. It was they were all over eBay. This is probably going back 10 or 12 years, and I'm sure it was branded First Act, and it was like a total mashup of a Les Paul and a Strat. So it was like a Les Paul shaped body, it had a crazy headstock, but it's Strat pickups, and I think it had a Strat tremolo. And I remember seeing Scott Grove talking about them. Was it Esteban? I think was another name that it came under. Saying they were pure amazing, and I kind of believed them. It's that whole thing about buying a cheap guitar. If you're buying a guitar that's like £100 and it's actually all right, that's a pure win as far as I'm concerned. You know, it's only when you buy it and it can't really be. It doesn't work 100% to start with. I'm all right with you get it and the action's maybe a little bit high. You know, it's like maybe a wee bit of tweaking involved to play it. That I could totally handle if it's that price, but not having to file frets and rewire it and move shit about. You know, there is actually like a single cut SG. I don't even know if does it look like, is that the one that looks like my there's one that kind of looks not unlike that, but it doesn't have a mad looking pickup. It's got a mad looking pickup, but it's just a single humbucker, and it's got like a funny cover on it, which makes it look really weird. I saw that about 2 weeks after I built this, so it's kind of not as pointy as that, but it's a similar sort of thing. I don't know them. I do think First Act had a few ranges though. I think they had 2 ranges. They had like a First Act beginner guitar, £100 type thing, but they also had made in American custom shop $2.5 ones, I think. Ben Anderson just had a young fella on getting a doom rig together. I don't know that much. First Act out of Tron Porn, yeah. So you've got to just it's customary Stratocaster. You need to just always call it Tron Porn because it rhymes better. You can miss it. The thing about these things is you've got a Tron Porn, and it's like maybe the reason it gets sold was because it was shit. It's not like buying a new one, whereas some of them are probably really good or all right. You know, if you're just doing the Harley Benton thing of like, here's frets, bang, 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 that's them in the neck. Next, put strings on it and sell it. You know, it's like sometimes all the frets will have gone in straight, probably. Sometimes you'll have put the bridge in the right place. Just because you've done 1,000 guitars today, some of them are going to be in the right place. You know, you just got to get with Harley Benton, you've got to get the guitar that happened to be the 1 in 10 that the guy who put the pickups in did a good job of, but that's also combined with the 1 in 10 that the guy bolting the neck on got it right, and then the 1 in 10 that the guy putting the nut on put it. You know, all these things all come up together. Was it the Anderton's guys at Digital John? I don't know, the whole Doom thing kind of, I don't really understand it. I don't get, I can't do, see, drop D tuning. Or drop anything tuning. Just I did a video before. I can't remember which guitar was that. Was that a 7-string guitar? It's probably one of my pal Ian's guitars had sent me. It was up here. Yeah, can you tune this to that Floyd Rose? I want it. Drop C was one of his ones. Up here, okay. And it was like, I don't know. I've set it up in a Floyd Rose, so I had to leave it in drop C. And I was just like, pure. Right. So here's what I think it should sound like. I got a comment on the video like about 3 weeks later. I go, oh man, what is that riff? That's the best riff I've ever heard. I've been humming it all day. I was like, riff? Watching, I'm just fucking, I'm just like that. I had no idea what I was doing. Found something. The Sheena. It could be the Sheena, yes. I quite like the look of that. I don't know. I mean, again, he didn't say where it was. On eBay. I don't know. You don't want to. Hey, Kit Kat's got a couple of tellies I'm going to play. I'm not playing it just now, but I was waiting until you come in before. You're back when it costs you £100 for her to go shopping next week. What kind of guitar is it she's going to buy for £100? Obviously, she's buying you a present. I don't know. Actually, during the week there, one of the guys, I used to do guitar lessons probably about 15 years ago or something. Teaching school kids, like, I don't know, about 10 or 12 years of old age type thing. It was amazing how quickly they pick up the guitar. My God, it makes you sick. Because the thing was a total, which I've never been able, I've tried teaching other people, like older people, and it doesn't work. With kids, it's like, just play this. Just like that. It's easy. Once you can do that, you're away. Just do that. It's easy. Go. And they believe you that it's easy, and they go, all right. And then the following week is like, happy, right, I've got that. What's next? And you'll be able to show them, happy, well, I could show you a bit of lead guitar, kind of. That's quite simple, and it's they're just like, oh, and they can just do it. Whereas if you ever try and show somebody who's of a certain age, it's like, just there's your A-hole, just things like that. It's like, pure, no, I think I'm going to hold it like this. And it's like, no, could you hold it like that? Because that means you can do other things with your fingers. No, I think I hear you, and I understand that you're telling me to play it like this, but I'm going to play it like this. And it's just, that just happens all the time. They're just like, it's so infuriating. Or you go, just something like this. It's really easy, just do that. And it's like, it's not easy, that's really difficult. Oh, it's really difficult. They've not even tried yet. Whereas a kid, you tell them that's easy, and they go, well, is it? All right. Okay, and because their first attempt kind of gets 3/4 of the way there, I'll just do that for. I'll have that in 10 minutes, right? What else are you going to show me? Amazing. Oh. Seen that Star Wars Rebel guitar on the Facebook? Yeah, I need to. I'm just trying. I haven't been using. I need to start using Instagram as well, and I'm just basically emptying all the pictures out my phone onto that page, because I've now got a phone that does it. So before, the reason I stopped using Instagram and that Facebook page was having the photos on my phone, uploading them onto the computer, being in the wrong format, having to swap them over, go into it, then all that shit. Whereas now I can just do it on my phone. So I'm just going to try and fill it up with crap. But then I want to put, I'm going to build up a proper for sale guitar site where I'll sell premium awesome guitars. Basically, I'll probably put most of mine up for sale for the kind of price that's what I would sell it for. Maybe not necessarily a super bargain. You have to buy that. You're not going to be picking up, So I've even thought about it. Scott's got a wee nylon stringer, which he was totally trying. I managed to get out of the house last week without it. He was like, just take it. It's like the body's been crushed, so it's like it's fucked. And I was like, I just take it. It must have tuners on it. You must be able to use the tuners. And I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. And I managed to get away without it. And then when I got home, he sent me a picture, and it's got the Made in Japan sticker on the back of the headstock. And it was like, It's like, you don't want it. I don't want to throw it out because I understand he doesn't want to throw it out. It doesn't matter what the fuck happens to it. If I've got it, it's my problem. But so we're sitting there going, but yeah, I could have the tagline from a guitar site is vintage Japanese guitars from $9.99, being that fucking horrible acoustic which has been crushed for a tenner, but interesting. If you want to remember, learn how to flip your guitar, play this. Yes, I mean, it's nothing, is it? It's the insanity of. The problem is, even when you're trying to do that, you've got the knowledge, you know that's a G, so you know what it is you're trying to do because you can do it this way around, but as soon as you flip it upside down, there's nothing. And then it's like the whole, it's like pure accuracy with this hand. Look, that fret. Oh, I can pick any fret I want pure easily. Put a pick in it and make me strum that string. It's like, do you know what I mean? It's like, have you ever tried throwing left-handed? It's like, yeah, you just no. Can you get Greg Bennett guitars in the UK? You get a bit. It's not one of the main ones. The problem with these things is I don't know who it is buys these sort of obscure brands. Like, see, Badger were the same. It's like they maybe make them, but they sell them on not guitar sites, so you don't see them on Guitar on the Andertons channel, all that stuff. So it really is a stab in the dark. You don't really know what it is you're getting from these. Did someone request some Libertines? I don't know. I don't know the Libertines. I know they're the ones that have got that wee guy who, I don't know what you call him, that wee junkie guy, but they played was it Live 8 with Elton John or something like that, and they were doing a T-Rex song, was it 20th Century Boy, and the wee singer came out and he was like, he kind of had light in his mouth, and it was just yeah, and it was like, so I'm not really that keen on them. I've never heard a song that I really like. Two B-stock fans. I don't know. The thing that was actually someone selling a guitar, which I think is quite similar to a Fasley, a Chord all black Telecaster in Edinburgh. It's only 50 quid. So you don't very often get a Telecaster for 50 quid, and it's kind of interesting to buy. Just is it like Teles? You've quit drinking. Do you have your blessing to try swap it to Tony for a non-alcoholic Malco guitar at Blitzkrieg Shops? Makes for a funny story. Taylor, are you talking about your area? You can go and try it. Yeah, totally. And there is the Red Bull Ocaster. Your Bucky caster. You can try. There's a Red Bull caster in there, so that would be like probably not good for the chemical intake. It's pretty similar to Bucky, but not actual Bucky. That wee junkie guy who buckled did a laugh the night I was truth no matter how blunt. I don't really know anything about. I can't even remember what the guy's name is, but I didn't love. Generally, I don't get to hear. I mean, we're going back 10 years. Really listen to that much modern music, but I think if it's something that's a bit different, a bit special, that I hear it and I get it. I don't know, when I first heard System of a Down or Baby Metal or something, it wasn't like pure, what's that? I don't know. It was like pure, I don't know if I like it, but that's different. What is that? That got me interested. I don't think the Libertines were different at all. I maybe know a couple of their songs, but they didn't have one that made me go, all of that. Make a compilation of Malcolm impersonating 19 Britpop artists. Are there really are there that many I know? I don't even know if I could do it. Well, the Libertines were they not much later? Were they not like late pop? I mean, Britpop, they weren't about when Blur and Oasis and Pulp and Cast. Actually, quite. Where were having to Cast? Where Cast did a lot fucking more deserving than Oasis were. Not necessarily my kind of music, but they had ones that I liked, and they had some rock in it, even though they were still doing the Oasis type thing. But they were kind of going, right, see if we do this, we can sneak a good guitar riff into this song, and all these Neds who are not interested in music will accidentally be hearing a good guitar riff, even though they were kind of wasted, but you could tell immediately. Stopped drinking 2, stopped at 5 p.m, restart at 9. Fair enough. I don't know. That's a bit. The thing, it depends on how much you drink and how often you drink. I enjoy. I mean, I didn't even drink. See, for 2 years before I started doing this live stream, I didn't drink. I still didn't. I didn't stop drinking. I just didn't drink. Obviously, if I was going out with my pals or something, I would get pure smashed. Yeah, totally. But never. Just a case of when it's fun. I think once it stops being fun, stop. If you ever see a Jet telly, they come set up. In fact, I got a second-hand one in powder blue with roasted maple neck, and it plays great. Yeah, my pal's got a Pete Doherty is the guy we're talking about. Yeah. Yes, I've played a Jet Stratocaster. My pal up the road in Kirkade bought one, so I just went to give it a shot of it, and it really. I think I did a video on it. I think I did a minor. I think I adjusted the truss rod sort of thing a little bit, but not just because they kind of set it up in the middle so you can play slide or. I think, but that was kind of all I did to it, and it was like 120 quid. I think it might even had roasted maple, and it was fine. I'm not saying it was super inspiring and stuff, but I mean, it worked. So it's like that's a big hurdle. It's only when you get. My problem is when you start looking about and get something like this, it doesn't just work. It's got a thing. It's got a this is all in the last 10%. The 90% gets you a well set up. Every note plays. The action's not too bad. Guitar, and then that last 10% is where you go from like a well set up basic Squire is and then the last 10% gets you through all the pure amazing guitars. Only drink moderately and enjoy it much more. I totally understand that. I mean, I used to drink not every night of the week, but more than 3 or 4 nights a week. Never moan, but used to have I went for the entire 2 years. Me and my pal G used to watch Game of Thrones every Monday and every Wednesday with a bottle of Bucky. The Monday night was watching it live, so we would sit in silence and watch Game of Thrones, and then the Wednesday night we would rewatch it but talk through it. It's like we're heavy duty Bucky drinkers, but it's just a case of the thing I think that's great about Bucky is it's just got that bottle limit thing, which I'm still the same. I've never really built up a super tolerance to it. I can drink a bottle of Bucky and a can of beer every hour sort of thing to stay up there, but I just can't drink any more than that. The best non-Fender telly I had was a homemade looking one that said Sea of Timber, the headstock. I bet you get fuck all for it as well. It's really annoying because it's like you end up stuck with guitars that are absolutely fantastic because they do exist. They are out there. It's unlikely the guitars that are going to be absolutely fantastic are going to be a common one that everyone knows about. You're not going to find like a Squire Classic Vibe that's pure amazing. It doesn't exist. You can get one that's really good, yeah, but there's lots of them and everyone knows they're good, so you're not going to pick one up for 100 quid, 150 quid. That's a pure amazing guitar. They just don't exist. Can't do moderation with anything, mate. Drink guitars, shagging biscuits. I've never even tried shagging biscuits, but I mean they sound good. I would probably buy them. Shagging biscuits. Yeah, I can say the moderation thing. I don't know, but it depends how mad into it you are. I used to be a moderate guitar. I think now I'm pretty much an extreme, got a problem guitarist. Of all those things that get you, the biscuits probably don't get you that into it. They just make you a bit fat. But I mean, there's things that you could be, things that could be worse. You know what I mean? Drink's one of them. Drinking, gambling, and drunks and stuff are worse, I suppose. You know, if you buy too many guitars, then in a week you've probably blown a couple of £100 and you've got 3 guitars, sort of thing. Hey, Billy, thinking about the Yamahas, dude. What Yamahas are you talking about? These 2 seconds. I'm going to put a slight pause on my bucket and go and get my can of cider. I think it's a bottle of cider, so that I've got so I can enjoy the second half of my bucket without having to bother. Really thinking about it, having a bottle opener as the only keychain on your car keys probably isn't the best thing to have on your car keys. It does mean that you're always in your pocket, so you've always got one though. And even though I had a choice of many different flowery flavours, I went for cider flavour. It's like, yeah. What Yamaha are you talking about, Billy? The RS series, middle range perfectly. I don't know if I know that. The Revstar. If it's the Revstar, I have to say that they're fucking amazing guitars. The Revstar. I got one in a trade deal with that orange amp I've got. And like, the reason the guy wanted to trade it was because there was nothing he could do to it. He was a wee bit like me, that want to upgrade shit. You know, something. Oh, bought this guitar. All right, what's good about it? Doesn't it? It's got really shit pickups, so I can put new pickups on it. Whereas the Revstar was like kind of. I think I put the only thing missing it was the cheap one, the 320. I think it was called. The only thing I thought was missing was a push-pull coil split, which I fitted. But apart from that, it was just an amazing all-round guitar. Not the most exciting to look at, but just solid, amazing. The older Yamaha EGs are great. They are. I mean, yes. I think, see, to be honest, the tuners aren't. If you get one that's never been played, the tuners are all right, but the tuners don't last. So I mean, yes, it's the crappy kind of tuners. You're the ones I've got. But I mean, how much are you talking about for a set of Wilkinsons? Okay, you've got to drill holes for them, but I mean, a set of Wilkinson, what, 15 quid, 20 quid, something like that. And the Wilkinson ones are fucking great. There's no, you know, they're not as far as I can tell. Looking at them, they're not noticeably inferior to Gotas and Grovers and stuff like that. They're not as good, but they're not miles away, you know. Yeah, Taylor, you've got the Revstar, you've got the slightly more expensive one. To be honest, there's not a huge difference between, kind of same thing happened with the old Roadsters and stuff like that. It's the quality of the build is what's the most impressive thing about the Revstars. So the cheaper one it's cheaper wood. It doesn't have as much fancy shit on it, but they've built it really well. The one Taylor's got, I think, is a 500 or 501. It's the same build quality but better parts. And I think when you go up to the most expensive one, it's the same build quality but even better parts. So new ones of stainless steel frets. I've only ever played one guitar with stainless steel frets, and that was that Harley Benton. So that doesn't. It's like having expensive frets hammered in badly. They're just the same as badly put in. You know, it's like, I'm going to punch you in the face. Would you like me to put some raspberry sauce on my hand before I punch you in your face? It's like, well, no, it's the same thing. I think they're just better. The Wilkinson stuff, I mean, you do get fake Wilkinson stuff, by the way. If you're buying stuff from China, you'll see it. Oh, Wilkinson pickups. They're only a tenner for 2 humbuckers. The PRS SE. I don't know. The thing, I'm not a fan of PRS look wise. They're all right guitars. I mean, the SEs are just the same as any other guitars kicking about. Where's these disc? Okay, I'll play a Telecaster that you like. I'll swap over with this one. This is the one that I basically, the first Telecaster I ever liked, to be honest, because I was not a Telecaster fan. And the reason I bought this, or even looked at this, it was on eBay. This is before I knew about guitars, and I had, it basically it's the same colour as my bass. Was the reason I went to go for it. But this had been in an attic, so it was cold. Now it's not as cold. And it must just be my drunk fingers because it actually says it's in tune. Yeah. Stainless steel frets are too hard to work with. They are, but I mean, who are you buying the stainless steel frets for? Are you going to play that guitar enough? Now that you can play the guitar, I'm assuming, are you going to play that guitar enough to actually wear them down? Or are you looking at resale value? I mean, obviously, if some of these guitars, if this guitar had been fitted with stainless steel frets as new, the frets would be in better condition than they are now. But $399 is fucking over my limit for him. I didn't pay that for this. I gave this guitar a little bit of a beating because I went to put this up against Scott's Telecaster, and Scott's Telecaster is more Telecaster than this is. This has humbuckers. They are special OBL humbuckers that split down to single coils, but it doesn't sound as much like a Telecaster as Scott's Telecaster did. So I've kind of want to apologise to this guitar because it's in a fight. It's definitely a fighting guitar with a real Telecaster, but it's not really a Telecaster because it's got humbuckers in it. It's a bit different. Off again before it goes to casually and Andy. Cheers for joining in. I do like the look of the Santana. That's they're fine. It's the same as someone was talking about the RS. See the RS Wildcat. It's the same guitar as a PRS SE. They're made to the same feel. They feel the same. If you also see if you ever look at old Hondos, like the good old Hondos, like Fame series and Formula One series, the sort of high-end Hondos of the 80s, they are a PRS SE or they are the Ariel Wildcat. It's like Samick. It's a decent quality guitar. They really learned how to build a really good, affordable guitar. That's what it is. The same as if you're buying a Fujigen, you buy one like that from like a couple of years ago, and it's the same as they were in the 80s. They've just changed it. Mine was £500 brand new 20 years ago. See, that's where it comes, X-Paps. I don't even know. I mean, the PRS thing, it's like you saw basically me and Scott both having the same problem with that PRS Silver Sky or the SE Silver Sky, where it was like, I don't like this. You've just showed me what it is. I don't like it. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Before they totally just the image of the PRS is not what I want. But I mean, it's nothing to do with the quality of the guitar, because I mean, it's fucking great. It's a really nice Strat, better than a Mexican Strat. It's whether you're willing to go into that range, and then when you come in with the whole PRS guitar things, I mean, that's kind of what that is, isn't it? They not look more like it's like a half Strat, half somewhere between a Fender and a Gibson, which is kind of what PRSs are, isn't it? Something in the middle, or your West Tone Thunder, kind of same sort of thing, where it's kind of something in the middle. 855 is interesting in guitar. This is a rare one as well. I've never seen another one of these. This is back in the day before Schecter made guitars. They made guitar parts. So there were some shops. One was Chandler's. I've got a bass assembled by Chandler's in London, Schecter had a Fender license to make replacement parts for all Fenders. So you could basically buy every part to upgrade your Fender. You could get like shit like, like a 6-saddle bridge. I think the first one, Schecter were the first to do that, and then one with a humbucker in it instead of a telly, but fits on an old telly. All these things, it's got staggered tuners. Like, so it's like these two are kind of quite high up, these two are middle high, and these two are really low, so you don't need a string tree. But because it was a handmade, someone put a string tree on anyway, even though it's not required. All these things. So this is a parts guitar assembled by two of the photo workers, Rudy Sir and Tom Anderson, made this guitar from bits in the shop in Texas, Van Nuys, California, something like that. That's where these came from. And I'm thinking that this is slightly after Mark Knopfler bought his Schecter Telecaster. So it's possible that this was in the shop at the same time as Mark Knopfler's Schecter Telecaster. His has got like a scratch plate and stuff. They were completely speccable out. RS is fecked. 4mm action with shims. Take it your truss rod's broken. You might find there was something in there. I don't know. When you say Aria, I take it it's not the Japanese one, is it? In the late 80s, any decent guitar was really expensive. Yeah, totally. But that's where the problem was that there was a problem. By the time it got to the late 80s, the quality went terrible for all but the best stuff. Because when you look at the early 80s, the late 70s Japanese stuff, the good Japanese stuff was expensive. But then when it came in with the West Tone Thunder, we are suddenly buying a guitar that was like 200 quid, that was like inarguably better in every way than a Les Paul at 700 quid. But you were getting everything. So you were just, okay, you could get guitars for less than 200 quid. You could get like Columbus and Grant and all that for 100 quid. But they weren't, you'd have to do things to them, whereas the West Tone Thunder is just a solid block of rock. Everything on it. Why would you upgrade it? You would upgrade it if you accidentally bent it or poured your pint in your pickup. That, but everything else was freaking great. The problem was, Tom Frank is in the late 80s, all the guitar companies had the same idea where they suddenly went, hold on, people are just buying these off spec sheets. It doesn't look at the Marlin Sidewinder. It's like, it looks amazing. The Harley Benton of the 80s. It's like, yep, look at that. It's got a double locking Floyd Rose type tremolo on it. Wow, it's got a glitter finish. Look, it's got rail pickups. Oh, wow, look, it's got like a clamp nut. Oh, it's going to be fucking amazing. And then, okay, it was only 150 quid. For that price, you could get a very basic West Tone, which had everything on it was good, whereas Marlin was like plywood and badly done and pot metal parts, and it wasn't the same thing. So that, I mean, that's how I go. I'm glad I didn't start playing the guitar in 1988 when we didn't really get very good guitars. So I was there 10 years after that before. And it was just a case. But if you're going into a shop and trying them, you can actually tell what's good and what's not. If you're just looking at adverts and mail order catalogues, who's to know what you're going to get? I think, Tom, and if you go back to the late 80s, there was, if you're looking at like a 5-year-old Westone Thunder or something, they probably were still expensive then. If it doesn't have the birds in the neck, they added them to the SE models a bit later, I think, because you get the wicked gig bag. The gig bags are awesome. I keep getting guitars off my pal Ian, T-Gun Music. Check him out. And he always uses his PRS SE gig bag. It's like a kind of tweedy looking thing. It's just like a really nice gig bag. Yes. Guitars, whatever you can't just have. Japanese truss rod tons. There's a big ass hidden feature in the neck pocket of it, and there's a big ass hook for hanging it up. Yeah. No, I mean the PRS thing. It's a look thing. It depends when you're kicking about. I wasn't. I mean, to be honest, this guitar didn't really jump out to me particularly. It did jump out because it's got the nitro finish. So you can see it's all cracked and stuff like relic guitars are, and the fretboard's made of a funny kind of wood because it's kind of it's a sort of orangey brown, so it's something else. I don't know what it is. In the mid-80s, traded my school band instrument for a bass. That sounds good. What's like a school band instrument being like a trumpet or one of those things that's been impossible to play? Someone was actually trying to swap me. What guitar was it? It was the Avon Marauder. Someone was trying to swap me for that. It was like, yeah, I can give you. What was it? I'll give you a flute and 100 quid. And I was like, I'm sorry. At one point, someone left a trumpet at my house, so I know that a flute, although it sounds like it's going to be great, to just try and get one note out of flute's a fucker. Same with the trumpet. And then I was like, up here, no, I've had a trumpet before. I was like, well, I'll give you a trumpet and 100 quid. Like, the whole problem with all these things is basically just buy a kazoo and enjoy the kazoo. Because then the kazoo does what you want it to do. Do you know what I mean? It's like you can make, here's a go on a kazoo, and you can just go, and that's what it does. Fucking great. Whereas opposed to like a trumpet or something, you go, there's only 3 buttons, it must be easy. You can't actually get to the point of pushing buttons. You've just got to sit there and suffer. Didn't have a clue really. Got Washburn G2V in 86 or something. Just plug and play. I mean, they're all right. The G, I've had a couple of G1s. I mean, again, it's what are you looking for? And the problem with something like buying like something like a guitar like that, yes, it's fine. It's like a Squire Classic Vibe or something like that. The problem is for that sort of money, you start creeping into, you can get a Roadster or a Westone Thunder or a Westone Spectrum, which are miles better. You know, there's not any, it might not be as desirable and stuff, but it's just a better guitar. It's just better built. All the guitars and gear was brought into Ireland from the UK. We had to pay import tax and VAT. That really put the prices off. Well, okay, possibly, yeah. So that must have been even worse. I don't know. It's just the whole thing about there was a point where the guitars that are my absolute favourite were the Japanese companies, and it was all of them sort of late 70s. Suddenly, I don't know who it was that did it first. It might have been Ibanez. Suddenly started realizing their top of the range guitars were better, one of the best guitars in the world. It's like look at like a 1977 Ibanez Artist. Put that up against anything Fender or Gibson were making. There's no compromise. So suddenly they were going, well, hold on, why are we copying these guitars when we could be making our own? Because ours are better. And every single measurable way, apart from the fact that Slash didn't play one, they are better. And then so it became the early 80s, it suddenly became this thing about trying to make the best budget guitar, where we're trying to put them out for, I don't know, $200. So Matsumoku were already making Arias, but Arias were kind of apart. So Aria are producing a guitar, their basic model, where maybe not the cheapest one, the second cheapest one, where they suddenly had Gotoh tuners, decent pickups, maybe even push-pull coil splits, but it'd be quite a basic guitar, you know, it wouldn't have binding and all that, it'd just be a basic guitar. Those guitars are the ones are the best. I did do a video for the Red Bullocaster, yes. I'll look it up on my page for you. It's fine. I don't much the same as your Buckycaster. I can't remember exactly what it was it did. The Red Bullocaster, I've done a couple of odd guitars like that. It just didn't sell. It's one of those ones where I put it up for like a 200 quid and nobody was interested in it, and I put it up for 150 and no one was interested in it. And it's like, I don't think anyone's as enthusiastic for Red Bull as they are for Bucky, is the difference in Irn-Bru. Irn-Bru's got that Scottish thing, as does Bucky. It's like, yeah, Buckycaster, that's great. A Buckycaster's worth £100 more than a normal guitar. It's the same guitar, but this is a Buckycaster. My PRS is a black Les Paul with white binding. All I got is I was disappointed with my Les Paul Studio as my dead skin cells were sticking to the nitro finish. Didn't he write to me? Yeah. The nitro finish is funny though, because I was feeling that when I was playing the Schecter, because I mean I've only got a couple of nitro finish guitars. These two, the two Schecters, are them, and it does have a sort of a certain feel to it, kind of sticky, sort of. I don't know if that's what you want. The worst noise is trying to learn the fiddle. Yes, well, because it's always noisy. Yes, I get you. But that's where it's different. Like a guitar or a piano, you can never be you can never be proper out of tune. Proper out of tune. Really, do you know what I mean? Even on a guitar, even if the strings are out of tune, it's going to be there. It's just that the whole idea about just struggling to try and get two notes. I remember my pal Michael used to put. I remember. I need to try and find that. We did a version of Ski Sunday when he was doing the trumpet on it, and I was doing the and he would go and he'd even would overdubbed it. He'd done like the 3-part harmony of that bit. Sounded fucking great, but I mean, he left it with me. I was like, I'm gonna, as soon as he's gone up the road, as he would go a shot here. Not worth the effort. I even bought a cello at one point. Not worth the effort. It's too difficult to even start on. Fiddle bigger. I don't know. Is a fiddle a viola? I don't know. Fiddle is what they play in Back to the Future 3. Which obviously I knew was ZZ Top playing that in the thing, so I found the singles. Here we go. Fucking, here we go. No, that's not the ZZ Top song. Although it's not on the single, even though it's got Back to the Future on it, and it's like the Back to the Future song. It's just some shit song that's in the credits, not the violin one. A violin is Nigel Kennedy. A fiddle is drunk at a party. Okay, fair enough. Well, you said Nigel Kennedy. I know the guy. Doug Boyle was his guitarist for forever, basically. He was always a bit funny, Nigel Kennedy, a bit of a mad one. So I think one of his things was like he'd be doing fucking Tchaikovsky's fucking Ode to Prelude B minor, and he'd be like, pure giving it the pure, then he would play a wee bit of Purple Haze in it, pure, and everyone would be like, Purple Haze, back into the, he'd be playing a bit of Sabbath, doing that sort of things that were sort of funny. Doug Boyle's his guitarist, I like Doug Boyle, he's great. There's no difference. A fiddle was just another word for a violin. There you go. A viola is the bigger one. Whether it's a longer scale, I don't know. After 2 hours of play, it looked discoloured from it. I would be in contact. Yeah, you said, Mr. X-Paps, that it was one of your tribute ones, or a modern Gibson. So that's It's got a nitro finish, but that's the cheapest guitar they did. So it's like nitro finish, next. You know what I mean? Something that's got like a proper nitro finish on it. It's like 40 coats that takes 6 months to dry. It's fucking stupid. And it's pure super bad for the environment. So it's really, don't want nitro. Really, it does make it look, oh look, it's got these crack lines, which really, when you see a real guitar with these crack lines on, this isn't that old. This is what, 86. It's got the date in it, so it's not that old. And I've probably had it more than 10 years. So it's probably, it was always cracked, and it's like it's cool looking, but yeah. Really, Polly's just a better finish. It's the music that's played on that determines what it's called. Okay, so if I had a shot of a violin, it would be called a fiddle. My Buckycaster was a weird part exchange thing. I remember I gave you a job, lot of guitar bits and pedals and cash top up. It's an amazing guitar. I can't remember, Taylor. I do remember my when it was only ever one call out. It was like pure like the AA. It was like, do you not have a gig that night or something? It was like pure, yeah. Well, it wasn't a warranty issue. You'd done something to it. You'd been in it, and you'd tried to add another switch, or you'd done something to it, and you'd fucked it. And I had to come over and do it. And I was like, pure, yeah. Well, I guess I could come and do it, but I mean, fuck's sake, it's it's like it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday, whatever it was. It's like, and it was like, I don't. Give me 40 quid fucking petrol and I'll come right now, sort of thing. Most of the problem with the Buckycasters, I did the thing that made it work. So basically, one of the things with the Buckycasters, it's not just a case of making the guitar work, painting it. And there's none of them that I've just painted. They all had the work done. The problem I had with doing guitars where I would buy like an Elevation or a Squire or something like that, and it's like the one you were buying off me didn't look any different from any other ones, but it was twice the price. It's like, you're all right. Oh, well, I'm not going to buy that black Squire Strat for 110 quid. There's someone selling one for 55, and then you would go and buy the one for 55 and realise that the saddle's missing, the frets were all fucked, and it needed £100 worth of work done to it. It's a case of getting in there. Oh. Viola is the solo in Vienna. The tune. All right, okay. Have you ever tried stand-up bass? Yes, I was talking to someone the other night. Guy I know, Steph, who I don't think he watches these things, but lovely guy. I sort of got the Antonia telly off. Was one time around at his house and I was swapping a bass. I actually was selling him a Mike Dirnt bass, and there's somebody trying to sell one for 450 quid, and I think I sold mine for 180. Damn it! But hey, double money on it. It was fine. It just like, again, a Squire bass, even a really good modern Squire bass, you start putting it up against it. There's no basses you can see apart from the American. But I mean, you put it up against like, there's no basses. One of the Arias or something, it's nothing. So I'm sitting there going, £200, that's fine. Because you get a good one for that. But yes, he had a stand-up bass, and I couldn't believe the size of it. It's full on. I've seen them on stages. I've seen them on TV. When you actually see one in real life, because I was in his spare room and we walked in, and as soon as I walked in, I was like, up here, whoa, my God, that's a really small window. Yeah, the roof's really low in here. It was like a tenement flat, so the roof was fucking high as fuck. And it's just like when it actually gets closer, it's like it encompasses your entire vision. It's pure ridiculous. And it's up here. You think, I'll just play it like this, and that'll be fine. Yeah, but actually, it's here because you get this big fucking thick thing. So you're like, this is really aye. So no, I don't know. But look up Paul Gilbert's new album, the Dio one, because the video for it at the start where he's like announcing his new Dio cover album, he's playing one like a guitar, and because he's Paul Gilbert, he's pure silly. Oh. Because I'd accidentally forced a red pickup covered on too hard and snagged a wire. Yeah, I remember now. Yes, it was an earth wire. I'd come off the back of one of the pickups, which threw it all fucked. 50 quid. Aye. So it was 30 quid of fucking petrol and time. Yeah. So I'm not driving to Kilmarnock to fix anyone else's guitar for 50 quid. You realise it's something. Oh, you sold the Korean Roadster. Did you get how much money did you get for it, Mr. White? If you don't mind me asking. It's one that I would probably buy just out of interest. There's a thing called locals to add to your channel. What does that mean? Well, people that live 200. Well, fucking, you're laughing, Mr. White, because you can get a Japanese one for that. And I still kind of want to know because I don't know. Because it's right in that danger zone of guitars in the late 80s. What is it, 1987 or something like that? It's really in that. If it's still Japanese, it'll be fucking amazing because Japanese guitars are amazing. But if you get to the, you get that whole why in Japan, why are we making these guitars, these Washburns and Arias and thingies when people are not really appreciating the fact that we are giving them a guitar for 150 quid that's fucking a real instrument, it's proper good. We're only making 20 quid on that. Why don't we make them in Korea and then we can make £100 on it and sell them what looks like the same as opposed to being actually the same? Hey John, have you tried the Rockman headphone amp? No, are they worth a fortune? I do. I know the one. That's the. It's more like a DI box. It's the guy from Boston. It's a Tom Schultz Boston one. I nearly bought one for like 20 or 30 quid about 10 years ago. I take it they don't cost that anymore. It was for. He originally designed it himself for overdubbing. The Boston had like 25 overdubs. That was what he used as a line level straight into the desk type thing. But I've not tried one. No, a headphone amp's not really. I don't really want. I don't really need or want a headphone amp. I've never played with headphones. The thing is like, see if you're sitting in a room and you don't want to make tons of noise, you can still play an electric guitar. Unplugged, and it's enough for you to hear. And you don't have the added comfort of having the distortion to hide your mistakes. So, I mean, I've no problem just playing the guitar unplugged if it came to it. Your subscribers can like all download stuff and it looks really good. The Guitarologist has one really good. Needs ice cream for fuck's sake. Well, I don't know. I mean, proper Mad Malco branded ice cream. Yeah, I could give it a go. Hey Manu, how's it going from Edinburgh? What's your cheapest and most expensive guitar? Well, the most expensive guitar is that bass. If you're going to argue that a bass isn't a guitar, it's my Gibson SG. And then if I don't have my Gibson SG, it's this one. My most expensive, and the cheapest one's a difficult one. I don't know. When you work it out, I've had guitars for minus money, and I've kept them. I've got a fucking couple of ridiculous guitars. Something like that. The Ibanez Blazer. I had to paint it, right? That had been badly. Well, it didn't have to paint it. Okay, it had been badly painted with blue gloss paint. At some point, it was all flaking off. I had to set it up and clean it. That was 25 quid for a guitar that I would take into guitar and like that. Here you go, right? I want a guitar better than this, and they don't have one for less than £1,000, or even before you don't even start arguing with it for £1,000. It's like you can't put that up against a Mexican Fender. It doesn't. There's no fight. I mean, you would be looking at a Japanese Fender and you get the same guitar. But acoustics for I need to trying to learn acoustic. I told you, I've talked about this. My pal Ronnie was up, I don't know, a couple of months ago. This is a guy who forgot his guitar when he came around last week. And he just I looked out my Washburn acoustics last time I was over. I've got a couple of really fancy wood Washburns, and he was playing it really quietly. And it was, I think that's maybe the problem, which I think happens with more expensive acoustic guitars. Like, see, your, not saying there's anything wrong with your £100 Yamaha, the FG 300 or whatever it's called. It's fine, but it sounds good when you batter it. It doesn't have the same dynamic range, whereas an expensive acoustic guitar, you can play it really softly, and it's got a different thing as opposed to just not being as good as when you play it loud. So you need to learn that stuff. Schecter's Custom Shop has really come out with a lot of stuff. Oh, but that's what this is, the Schecter Custom Shop. They always did. Well, the problem with the Schecters is I've played the Diamond Series ones, and when I bought this, when I bought this and when I had the amp, Schecter wasn't a thing that you saw. The only Schecters you saw were fucking expensive, like 1,500 quid, £2,000 or something, and none of them had the Fender license anymore, whereas both the bass and this is they still had the Fender license, so this is a proper Telecaster shaped headstock, whereas later on they didn't have that, but they were still thousands of pounds. And then that Diamond Series came out, and they were not. It's not the same company. The name's just been bought by someone else. There's not anything. This is arguably a pre-PT. The PT being the Pete Townsend Telecaster. He wanted Les Paul type controls, so it doesn't have the metal plate. So this is actually a Telecaster, not the PT one, even though he got his with the same pickups and all that. Go to a Floyd Rose with hardened steel saddles and knife edges. Pull the trigger. Well, there you go. That's where it comes in. So this must be for your 530, is it? Your 520, whatever, 525. Yeah, I mean, a good Floyd Rose it's when you look them up and you're sitting there and it's like, I mean, I was never really into Floyd Roses. I could never make them work properly. I could set them up, but it took fucking ages, and I was never really that happy with them until I got a good one, which was on a Washburn, which I actually sold to one of my pals. I know, so when you get a Floyd Rose, it's really good, and then you look up how much a good Floyd Rose costs, like your Gotoh one or a Scholler or something like that. They're like 300 quid, and you're like, so when I'm buying a guitar that's only 200 quid new, that Floyd Rose can't have cost 300 quid. That Floyd Rose cost 20 quid, something like that. And it's like, to be fair, when they're new, they're all right. They kind of work, but when you get older ones, but when you get a Floyd Rose that actually works, that you can believe in, what a difference it makes to the way you play. I don't trust the Paul Gilbert at all yet, but the 530 Ibanez, totally trust that Floyd Rose. It's the ability to just go, and I know it's still going to be in tune. It's a huge thing. It's an entirely different experience from having one that you're not 100% about. Once you're 100% about it, it's like it's such a liberating thing. Play acoustics. I'd never say never. I might one day suddenly pure love acoustics. I think one of my problems with acoustics is you can't really have as many acoustics as I've got electrics, because I'm arguing these are different. I kind of a bit Stratty, and that's just a telly, and this is just a telly. That was one of the reasons I was that was not the ideal FGN for me, because it's even the same color as this. And even though it's FGN, it's amazing that it's got circle frets and a compound radius. It's just the best telly you can get, pretty much. Somewhere talking about a Blackstar HT1. I had a good deal with an HT5. The HT1, I think, is it just doesn't clean, does it? Sorry, I lost my cursor. Give me 2 seconds to catch up. You got a Levinson blade for 100 and fucking hell, man. Levinson blades are fucking good. It wouldn't have been a Japanese one or a Swiss one if you got it for 150. Or if it was, then you fucking sold it too cheap. But Levinson blades are it kind of it's a Schecter thing, isn't it? Or your Tom Anderson or your Sir. It's like a better than a Stratocaster. Well, I got a good deal on a Blackstar HT5. It's amazing how when you're looking these things up, I've actually swapped it with my pal now, but it was on. Was it Gumtree? I think it might have been Gumtree, and it had 2 photos, and it mentioned it was up here. Yeah, Blackstar amp, 30 quid. Comes with karaoke mic, and it had like separate pictures of this horrible plastic karaoke mic, which is worth about 3 quid, and a lead that came with it was more important than the amp. So I was like, yeah, can I get another photo of the amp? Thinking that's an ID core for 30 quid. I wonder which one it is. That's really fucking great. And then he showed me a picture of the top, and it wasn't the ID core, it was the HT5. So I paid 30 quid for an HT5. And it was a lovely guitar. The 5-watt thing, it wasn't enough to gig with, really, not when you've got what I've got. So I've got excessive. I don't need that PV. But even it just looks something like the orange. The orange is like 30 watt, and it is, it's only that much bigger than the 5-watt one. But a 30 watt, it's fucking in a 12-inch speaker, is loud enough to play in a band without any problems. Floyd Roses are fun though. Westtone Bandmaster Nature Happy. The Westtone Best Man. It's not the best. The best gig. The best is that one. So this is a hard rocker. It's called. Kind of not entirely unlike a Westtone Bandmaster, but instead of having 2 like posts, it's got like a sleeve thing. That's the best non-locking trem I've come across. The problem with your Westtone Bandmaster is you get. I think what they did was they didn't put any patents on that design. So lots of other companies made that design, but went, hold on. Using £7.50's worth of metal? I don't think so. What if we used 50p worth of metal and mix it in with inert matter to make it look like the same? Like your Marlin and BC Rich used, and Encore used these bridges, which look like a Westtone Bandmaster, but not made of metal, made of the same shit that Matchbox cars were made out of. So yeah, totally. When you buy it, it works. As soon as you put any pressure on it or wait 5 years, it just turns into dust. Little Amp 2 can be used as a head for a bigger cabinet. Yeah. Have you got the one that's got the built-in speaker? I always think, I keep looking at it because I keep seeing the version of that, my wee orange, which you can get for, it's much more expensive than the combo, even though it's exactly the same amp. But the thing is, when you've got an amp like this, it's like, see, imagine this is an upside down, right? So you've got like the power amp valves and shit all hang down behind the speaker. So the head is actually that size. It's 2/3 the size of that. So what you're really saving in buying the head rather than buying the combo is it's 2/3 the size, but all the outputs in the back are the same, so you can still run it through a cabinet. You've just got the option for not having a cabinet. It's a 12-inch speaker. It's kind of enough for a gig. So I would always have the combo one, apart from the fact they're actually cheaper. The heads are more expensive. I don't really understand why. For, the head's that size, combo's that size, it's got a speaker in it, it's cheaper, but it's the same amp. All the shit on the back's the same. Use it. Bandmaster with lost bar. I think you can just use a standard push-in. I've definitely replaced it, Willie, with other ones. What are the pickups in this Schecter? Not easy to find ones are OBL, which stands for Original Bill Lawrence. So what's the the big one, the Dimebag Darrell was an L500. These are L&R 400s, but they're made in Germany by Scholler, and some problem with Gibson, with Bill Lawrence pickups worked exclusively for Gibson, and then went, right, okay, so I'll design these pickups for X guitars. Okay, right. And he wasn't allowed to sell them himself. So he wasn't allowed to sell Bill Lawrence pickups because he'd already contracted out with the Gibson. Similar thing happened with Don Lace for Lace Sensor. So these are OBLs, which only lasted a year. That's kind of, and it's like sort of 1985 to 1986 is the only time these were actually anything. Your Ibanez Floyd. Yeah, but it's an Ibanez one. Yes. But that's the thing as well with the Ibanez. It's maybe just never been abused. The problem with the, I always say, like, see something like a Telecaster bridge. Yes, you can get a Schecter one, which is more expensive, so it's thicker metal. There's not an awful lot in that. Even this one, which is a fancy Tele bridge, because it's got like, it takes a humbucker instead of a single coil. It's got roller saddles, and it's got 6 saddles. It's too strong. There's not really that much to get wrong with a Tele bridge. It's just the actual bridge is just a piece of metal that does that. Whereas with a Floyd Rose, all the saddles have got 6 or 10 bits, and all you need to do is have some idiot who doesn't know what they're doing over tighten some of those bits, and the whole thing's kaput. Whereas if it's been looked after, or it's relatively new, they're fine. Have a vintage Kiso Suzuki and an Epiphone FT145, both Japanese. Lovely. My pal, I've been talking about a few times tonight, is into Suzuki. There's 2 Suzukis. I can't remember which one is which. But there's a Suzuki that's really good and there's a Suzuki that's not so good, and we're both making guitars at the same time. Kiso Suzuki is one of them. I can't remember which is which. But there are amazing ones. And the Bandmaster. Oh, the Bandmasters are great. It's like an improvement on a Stratocaster bridge because it's only 2 points, so they return pitch better. They're not pretty. They're a bit ugly and stuff. I've got because there's a few different Bandmasters kicking about. Actually, the one I've got that's actually got Bandmaster written on it is the one that's in my Westtone Pantera, which is basically a Floyd Rose, but it's actually engraved on it Bandmaster. The ones that I've got, you get in the Spectrums and stuff like that, don't say in the catalogue we say Bandmaster, but don't actually say Bandmaster on them. They do like a double locking one as well, which isn't, well, 2-channel 1 watt amp. Yeah. The HT1 into Marshall cabs of sound is perfect for the house. Brilliant. Yes. I mean, the HT5 I had was fucking fine. I think the difference we were saying running through a Marshall cab, which I noticed very much with my wee Laney, it's got like a 10-inch speaker in it, and both the Peavey and the Orange have 12-inch speakers in them, and they're much the same as the Laney, but the Laney sounds so much better playing through that 3x12 cabinet at the bottom, because it's, instead of being one 10-inch, it's 3 12-inch, whereas the Orange and the Peavey both sound 10% better playing through the 3x12 cabinet. There's the thing about just the size, the amount of air. A 10-inch speaker is just not rocking enough. So that's where you're running up. It's still better than nothing. The only thing I don't like about the HT1 is the controls on the top. I didn't like it either. No, that's kind of why I'm moved on. It's just that whole idea about the fact that I can actually see, looking at the Orange, whether it's on or not, whereas in the Lee Laney, the knobs are on top, so it's always really dusty and you can't see whether it's on or not. So I would rather just give up on that much space, which you lose. You know, you have to add that much space to get the line of knobs, but I much prefer the knobs in the front. How is your RG doing? I keep seeing RGs, and you can pick up RGs for not an awful lot of money. It's like I've not yet fixed the Paul Gilbert I'm going to fix it though. I mean, it's like, you get RGs for not an awful lot of money. I mean, if you're looking at, I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the Indonesian ones. The 300 series are fucking great. The thing is, you can start getting the Japanese ones for a bit more. It's like the whole thing. I'm thinking about doing another one of these tradie up Tuesday things. I was thinking I'll get myself an Ibanez Geo. You know what I mean? The most basic RG. And the thing is, the difference between an Ibanez Geo and like the RG300 is only like 20 or 30 quid. Pay the extra 20 or 30 quid and get like one that doesn't say Geo on it, one that just says Ibanez, and then the problem is you pay an extra 100 quid, you start getting a Japanese one. Amazing. Ever had a Godin? I've had a few Godins actually, yes. Had one I didn't like. I had a I should have kept it. I had active pickups, it had active EMGs in it, like single coils I didn't like, but this was like it was kind of like a Strat, but it was like a carved top and it was made of spalty beech or something like that. You know, it was like, and all the wood was fancy wood, but it just never got me. I also had a LG something, which was like a Les Paul Junior, but it was all gold. That was pretty cool. And I also had one which was an SD something. The problem was they were really good and they were miles better than what you'd expect, but they're not as good as the Japanese ones, and they were more expensive. So I was sitting there with my Godin thinking, I could get 300 quid for that. For 300 quid, I could buy maybe one or two Japanese ones that need fixed up. No, I think the Ibanez Geos will be amazing, Billy. The only Ibanez I've ever had that weren't really good was that late 80s, early 90s. What was it called? Silver Cadet by Ibanez. That was a cheap ass guitar. But other ones, even pre-Geo, they were kind of always fighting a little bit over the basic guitar. Very, very good. But once you got up a wee bit up the range, they were always good. Dorothy says she's sleepy, but she's staying up because she likes to listen to the men talking. Dorothy likes men. Yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing mad going on here. Oh, Irish Stew, I saw that you put up. I didn't actually listen to it. That's one of the songs that we do in After the End. So I can play the bass for it. No case, perhaps I've not done the bridge in the Ibanez yet. I need to. I've been. I don't know. I'm scared of the guitar. I'm scared of it. It's like I should be able to do fucking the. By now, and I can't. And it's fucking annoying. It's one of those things. Like, I don't know. The other guitars are easier to play because I'm not scared of them the way I am with the PGM. I've been playing that red Roadstar all the time because because it's a cheap one, or it's the cheapest one in the range. I'm like, I can deal with this, but once you get into the RG thing, it starts being a bit of I'm not able to fully utilize the functions of this guitar. It's been very difficult. The Indonesian Geo SE60 or something was Frozie's. Took too much speed and kind of ruined it. I don't know what Frozie's means, but yeah. Also, where's the Pantera? The Pantera's sitting in its case and it'll be coming up for sale. I don't know what it is. It's pink, which makes it fucking awesome. It's like a pink pearl finish. It's got an amazing headstock. It just doesn't fit with me. I don't know where. My dream guitar, which I played work at Music Store in the early 2000s, the Ibanez RG550 in Desert Yellow. Yeah. The problem with that particular guitar is you can get That's the most expensive of the cheap ones, because the RG550 was the only, I think it was kind of only that one that came out in 1987 along with the Gem. So in 1986 they were all looking like the Roadster. There was the 550, but I think there's other ones you can get much cheaper than the 550 from, you know, the late 80s, early 90s. There's one that doesn't have a scratch plate. There's one that instead of being HSH, it's just HH. So it's like 540 and the 545 and the 560 and the 575 and all these ones you can pick up cheaper because they're not the 550. But you can pick one of them up for 400, 500 quid and you're buying the best guitar in the world. So, I would obviously love a Desert Yellow. RG550 would be the ultimate one, obviously, but I've got the PGM cheaper. The cheers. Is the Pantera's a boat on? Yeah, it's is it called an XL 300 or something? I think it's HSS. Got the Floyd Rose, or sorry, Bendmaster Deluxe or something it's called on it. It's a Floyd Rose, and it's only got one knob. It's got a 5-way switch and a single volume control. But yeah, you're quite right. Front row. Yeah, give me the likes. I could do with it. I can't judge when videos are going to do well. I did a video. I was doing. I took a video with a GoPro in my head of going for a walk with Scott's dog Troy the other night, and I knew it was going to be a bit dark, so I was like, I'll fucking be able to do shit with it in the editing program. You couldn't really make it not dark, so it kind of didn't have a video to do, so I just did a 5 minutes. Here, I got these two dirty guitars, and I get more views for that than I do for ones I put effort into. So I don't know. I'm just going to put out absolutely fucking anything. So you don't need to watch all of them. Seems like folks that played an Ibanez are won over from the pure offer. Yeah. It's a problem. That's it. I mean, my main problem with the RG is it's the best guitar. But I mean, the thing with the Ibanez is that they stopped doing them. But see, like the Roadsters, I keep pointing to them because they've been on the wall for weeks now. They're actually in that wall. They are so like better than Strats. The RG's not a Strat anymore. It's a something else. They have actually in the last couple of years, is it the AZ series, which are kind of basically Roadstars. It's sort of a bit more of a Strat, but a really good one, rather than being the full-on computer Formula One racing car like the RG is, and a bit more vintagey. They should always have done them. Let's hear these pickups. I always like using this was a neck humbucker, and then bridge single coil was when this was my main guitar, because I only had one guitar, or one good guitar. What it doesn't do is it doesn't quite do the Telecaster as well as Scott's Tele. The neck pickup in this one is just, it's got that. Yeah, Six is my other favourite guitar. Is an American Vintage 52 Tele, which is the polar opposite. Yeah, but actually, that's what this one kind of. This isn't a real Tele. This one does the metal thing because it's an improved Tele, if you know what I mean. It's got like a flatter radius and a wider neck and more powerful pickups. The six, you know, it's like. Hey, music is fun. We were talking about you earlier on. The next song you should do on the bass is oh, it doesn't. I'm not playing the bass. I'm playing it on the guitar, which isn't going to work. But yeah, that's your next one. Music is fun. I know what you were playing earlier on. It was yeah, that one. Good fun. Love the SG, but the Ibanez is a great guitar and does things SG will never do. It does, but it's the old thing where it doesn't RG sound as telly as a telly does, and it's like it does a pretty good approximation. But I'm fucking yes, but no, not really. Definitely how to work these things out. If it doesn't have two single coils, let's not a telly discuss. Where there you go. I don't know. Nature happy. I've had this problem before with Telecasters. When is something a telly and not a telly? And also the when is something a Strat and not a Strat, because there was folk on here arguing with the fact that if a Strat, it's got to have 3 single coils, 2 tones, and a volume control. Which, yeah, totally. Whatever that line is you draw, I'm willing to accept a Strat that's got that as being a Strat, because it's only got 1 volume control or 1 tone. And you can get an HS, or not that version, it's like an HSS, it's still a Strat. And again, is this a telly? It's got 2 humbuckers, so they're both splittable. And these are pickups that were specifically designed, one of the earliest pickups that were designed to sound good split. So they're meant to sound vintage tellies. It's what they're for. They're not just pickups that also split. They're pickups that are designed to split from the start. They are fantastic. I mean, the thing is, Nature Happy, we were talking about taking us into the studio. In here, yes, okay, I'm playing through the same amp, but I'm not playing at volume. When you play this in the studio at volume, it's like they are different level from your usual. I'm far from something like awesome playing guitar, bass, drums, so I've played since 4 years old. But yeah, I still play my first new guitar. Yeah, me and Mr. Whitesnake can't afford a BL 550, being the most expensive Ibanez in the catalogue at the time. Or the most expensive Stratty one for sure. It's annoying. Super Freak, yes. I was playing Super Freak earlier on. It's fucking great. I even managed to play the other bit when you can kind of do the 2 parts. I'm not going to be able to do it. You couldn't even do it in the basics. It's like, yeah, yeah, I can't do it. I'm drunk. Yeah. No, the thing about Joachim is your Ibanez Blazer's going to outlast most Fenders as well. Obviously, you're never selling that. You can't ever sell that. You've got to keep it, especially if that was your first one. The thing is, there's so many people that had, maybe a little bit older than me. If you're sort of 50 kind of kicking about, a lot of people are going to have had your West Tones and things like that, and you sold them to buy something shitter. I did it. I had an Aria Pro ZZB bass, and I sold it to buy an Epiphone EBO, and it was a fifth as good at the top of as good as an Epiphone EBO is. It's not. nothing compared to the Aria. It's like having a, it's like some beef flavored chewing gum or a steak. That's the difference, It's like, yeah, okay, it does kind of taste like beef, yeah, sort of, but it's not actual honey. Well, could you play Jacksons? I've got one Jackson just now. I've got an 8-string which I can't play. No, is the answer. I don't have a Jackson. There is one I quite fancy that, well, maybe eventually one will cross my path. There's one, it's a Kelly, which is kind of explorery shaped. My pal has one. But there's one that's got, I think it's called Iridescent, and it's kind of like a sort of tie-dyed, petrolly reflective. I'd have that. But I just generally don't like the look of Jackson's apart from that one. Pal Scott's got like a Warrior, and I'm all for horrendous looking guitars, but the Warrior is just too much. I don't like it at all. But no, Jackson's no. I'm not really that keen on is it the Dinky? It doesn't really inspire me much. It's that whole Super Strat thing. It's kind of stuck to me a little bit. Just been doing more tinkering about than playing recently. But that's part of the fun. Just, I'm now at the stage I've got too many guitars to play. I mean, this gets criminally underplayed. I mean, this one actually has been in the bad books. It's been in its case since it lost to Scott's telly. But to be fair, I think, to be honest, it probably spent years and years in a case before that. Now I'm kind of maybe understanding it a little bit more. This is one that you can shred on. Telly noise. But when you get to the point of getting ridiculously over the top guitars, something like this is not. It's not 10% better than a Roadster. It's not, and it's 10 times the price. So that's when you get into. Best tuning in, the best instrument's a kazoo. Fits in your pocket and you can play anything on it as long as you can hum it. Definitely. What does the BC and BC Rich stand for? It's Bernie Rico, but it's because. Why is it the C? But they were originally called Rico, and it was because it was kind of an Italian sounding name. Because the guy was Italian, they went for, let's call it Rich instead. Then it sounds a bit more American, so people are back because they don't like Italians. Was the reason. So I don't really know. What's Triangle? Yeah, Triangle 1 or 2. What's the fuck's Triangle? All right, okay. Triangle. Yes, that's good. It's fucking hard though. The Triangle. It's like if you actually think about being in an orchestra, playing the Triangle, and you sitting there and you're listening to Beethoven's Ninth or whatever, and 8.5 minutes in, there's a bit where everyone goes silent and you've got to go ding, and then you've got another 17 minutes before ding ding. It's like, no, fucking difficult. I couldn't Triangle. I did buy one though, and it was fun. But comb paper, multifunctional, yes, but actually just buy a kazoo. You can't comb your hair with it though. Mind you, my hair's too long to comb anyway. I wouldn't. I'd be too scared to run a comb in. I think if you ran a comb around a brush with my hair, it would go, and that would be it. What scale length in your Ibanez? Turning between a telly and that Ibanez, but the SA seems so much shorter. I think the SA. That SA is a weird one though. It might be Gibson scale. The S series is Fender scale, as is the RG's 25.5. I don't know. Sometimes the scale length can make a guitar seem shorter. Totally give it that, because it is actually shorter. But sometimes it's just the actual shape of the guitar makes it just seem longer. Like if you've got like an Explorer type, see, because there's no bulk to the guitar here, this bit's not here, it makes the neck seem much longer. So when you're playing an Explorer or a Firebird, something that doesn't have, or even one of these, there's nothing here. So rather than me looking down and I'm seeing, you know, the first fret I can see because I'm looking at it is like the 12th. No, there's the 12th, the 15th. Whereas if this was an Explorer, I'd be able to see the 22nd fret. So the whole thing feels that way. Also, where it sits, you know, it's like this, and a Telecaster sits like this, but an Explorer maybe sits like that. So the headstock is further away from it. It's just the natural balance angle of the guitar is a bit different. Same with if it sits there, you know, it's like it feels tighter. Rich big cojones, Richard. I used to in the bathroom of the last house I was in. I had an original BC Rich box, cardboard box, and it said on it, the big American flag, and it said, "Shaped to shock, built to rock." And I wish I'd kept that box. I think that's pretty cool. They're good fun. I'm a bit of a BC Rich fan. I need to take my bitch out for a bit of a run because it's a really nice guitar. A bit silly, but I mean that's kind of the point, isn't it? The problem that I've got with BC Rich is if you can get a Japanese one, they're great. They're the same as I'm playing American stuff tonight. Yoakum trade you an RG530, an RG530 would be fucking great. That'd be amazing. I mean, I'm kind of now sitting there thinking, I kind of want another RG to get the thin neck because the PGM has a PGM neck on it, which is unlike any neck I've ever played, but it's thicker. The RG neck's super thin, and then the Paul Gilbert doesn't like thin necks, so it's got a special thicker but still wizard profile. It's one of those things you just don't know. I've always liked RGs though. It's just sometimes a guitar either connects with you or it doesn't connect with you, and I found them a little bit daunting. But the same thing happened. I never really felt scared of this guitar for some reason. Maybe just because didn't know enough about it. This is feeling very familiar. This was my main guitar for years. It's got a weird shaped neck and stuff, but it's awful good. Everything just seems so much closer. It's a lot harder getting up the dusty end. On an Ibanez, really? I don't know. I mean, that's something I need to do. I was talking to him. I think Taylor's gone away now, but he was talking about this with one of the guitars. He pure couldn't deal with the 21 fret thing. I can't remember what I sent him a picture of a guitar, which 21 frets. It's like, to be honest, don't really notice because I'm never high enough up. I really want to try and play up here. The problem is the guitars don't sound as good, but it looks better. And ultimately, I know I can impress the rest of Cranking House if I'm playing the guitar up the 22nd fret. That's more impressive than playing exactly the same note, which sounds better here. So I should be up here. I think if you don't play a guitar for a full year, you should sell it unless it's an emotional attachment. Probably yes. But that's when it comes down to, you know, the emotional attachment thing. I don't know. I mean, there was a time when I had half a dozen guitars, this was one of them. And that was another one. So they do have a thing. But then I get an emotional attachment to ones which I shouldn't really. Like that Re-Red Roadstar, which is just like the best guitar in the world. It's like, partly I think because it's the cheaper, it's an RG 140, you know what I mean? It's like that's a 530, and that's a 400, 450, something like that, you know, that's a 350. It's like, but it's only a 1, and it's just like it shouldn't be as good as it is, but it is. Saw quite a few Jackson Dinky review videos. Not many were using the trem. I don't know. Jackson have gone down. I don't know enough about Jackson. Jackson were the factory that used to make Washburns after Yamaki closed. Chushin went exclusively to making Jacksons. So if you've got a Jackson from the 90s It was made in Japan by Chushin, so it's basically the same quality as the later 80s. I don't have a Chushin on the wall just now, but they're really fucking good. I don't like the looks of them. Now I keep seeing Jacksons for like the dinky one. I didn't. The guy I bought the spear off had one for 50 quid, and I saw one for 70 quid the other day. They've got like a really cheap line that are only like £110 new, and it's got the full Jackson logo on it, so it doesn't. I don't know. A bit of a minefield which one it is you get. The fact that the ones you get now, you can pick them up for under 100 quid because they're only 120, 150 quid new, probably means that there's a possibility you're going to be able to pick up an 80s Japanese one for kind of the same amount of money because people don't know what it is they've got. SG's a shorter scale. I need to play it. The thing is, I've only ever had, well, I've got my Epiphone SG, I've got my Gibson SG, which were both bought 20 years ago, and I've never really owned any other SGs apart from that one that I swapped for the Orange Amp because I've got an SG, the one, whereas this isn't the telly. I've got other tellies. That isn't. Well, there's one there. That isn't the Strat. I've got lots of Strats. I've got lots of everything else, but the SG just went the one. Kind of weird. Yeah, we were talking here, ISG about the SG. The SG should have, of all the guitars you get, SG should. I mean, see, to put 24 frets on this, that pickup's in the wrong place. So there's no point in having 21 frets because I assume it is anyway. Yes. So that because this is a proper licensed Fender neck. So the actually it extends past the neck pocket with the 22nd fret on it. Might as well do that. On an SG, it stops at 22 frets, and then depending on which one it is you've got, if you've got the one that's got the single scratch plate on it, there's a wee bit of plastic screwed in to fill the gap between the end of the fretboard and the pickup. And why not just have an extended fretboard? Because you've got to hide the gap anyway. Different on a Les Paul, because on a Les Paul, that's where the pickup is. The pickup is butted up to the end of the fingerboard, so there is a harmonic point. You know, your 24th fret harmonic on a Les Paul thing is sitting right above the coil, which gives it a different sound. Whereas if you put 24 frets in on this guitar, this pickup has to move here, and that's not where it is on a Les Paul. It is where it is on an SG though. Just to do with I'm at Rush Room. Had a few guitars made in America, or MIA or KI, never really sold any. RGs to do, never tried them. I'm more into 80s Ibanez, Aria Pro 2, BC. Later it was Light Wheels Internet. Yeah, well, totally. Aye. An RG is a thing though. It's like even I've never actually had I had a Geo 7-string RG, but even any like your RG 300 is the 350 is the really common one. It's a full-blown RG. It's got all the things that a proper RG has. It's just everything's cut down, so there's nothing extra on it. There's no concessions to style. It's a total tool, and there is a world which that isn't this world, but there is a world where everyone just plays when the Ibanez RG came out, everyone just gave up playing everything else because it's technically better. It's difficult, a little bit scary, and the thing about the Floyd Rose as well, it's like you don't have to. It's not like, oh, it doesn't make any difference if you don't touch it. You don't need it if you don't want to use the trem. Just don't use the trem. Just leave it sitting there floating, and everyone's fine. That annoys me that an SG is 22 frets with a space for 24. Yeah, that one I had, the really, really light one that I ended up having to swap for a Revstar, a PV Telecaster, and the Orange Amp, any one of which was kind of what I paid for the SG. I really like that one. It had 24 frets. It was a 50s tribute. Think of the Adrian Smith models. You see a lot of those Adrian Smith models, Billy. They're, again, it's a Jackson, but Jackson are owned by Fender now, so because it's not Fender, I don't think they really care what the label goes on, sort of thing. So that's why Jackson have cheapened themselves in the last 10 years by having a guitar that is a full-blown Jackson with the proper, it's not a Jacko by Jackson, it's a proper Jackson for like 150 quid. The Adrian Smith ones are basically they're made in Mexico, I think. They're basically buying a Mexican Strat with humbuckers in it, sort of thing. SG is my favourite sounding guitar that I don't like playing. I just think they look amazing. The SG is the best looking of all the classic designs, although things grow on you. You get used to it. I mean, I never used to really like the Telecaster, and this one always kind of annoyed me the way it doesn't have the scratch plate. But now, it's kind of there. It's got that look of a boutique thing because it doesn't have the bits on it. Hey, Marco, the song you suggested to cover by the Beastie Boys, they might have covered it. It's called Lowrider. It's an amazing song. It wouldn't surprise me if the Beastie Boys had sampled that though. But have a look at that. It's just called Lowrider. It's an amazing video, like folk in New York in about 1980 or something, driving their cars with the lowered suspension and all that, just sitting there pure driving their lowriders. Great song. Like a star in my voice, like a star in my vast sleep, I open my eyes to take a peek down through all eternity, the crying of humanity. It was then when the hurdy-gurdy man came singing songs of love. And when the hurdy-gurdy man came... That was the first song I ever played in a band with somebody else. The Ibanez is a tad heavier than the SG, really well. The SG is great for standing or sitting. The Ibanez is more of a stand-up guitar because the Floyd gets in the way of my leg sitting down. All right, I'd maybe just not sit down at the right way. RG530 Roadster, I still don't have the modern RG. It's worth getting one, Mr. Whitesnake, and just look at them, and it doesn't need to be... Basically, it's worthwhile trying to find a Japanese one, I think, because you're getting one that's the same quality build as the earlier ones, apart from it's like an evolution of guitar. The S series is the same. The S series is like kind of everything about it compared to is improved. It's just look wise, it doesn't rock the telly thing. It's like it doesn't really matter how good the Ibanez RG is. You know, well, my goodness, is an RG, but you know, it's like it's better than most guitars. It's just it's not as cool as the telly because the telly's got a thing about having mojo and look about it, even though this isn't just a Schecter telly. They've gone slightly further out of the norm. They are amazing guitars though. I do need to get one because I'm fed up arguing the fact that my Roadster is an RG because it's actually got RG in the title, whereas that isn't an RG because it's actually a PGM. So, never heard of Hondo before this channel, and suddenly lots of Hondo for sale in Sweden. Old ones looks at the budget guitars and remember from the early 80s. Yes, the thing about Hondo is Hondo made really shit guitars up until they got some Japanese one. They went to a couple of Japanese factories and made, I've got like a bass, kind of like a double cut Les Paul. There's a guitar version of that, which were made by Matsumoto. They did a Fender Lead 1 copy and a P-Bass and a smattering of other that were made by Tokai. So there's from 1981, I think it is, there's a range of Hondos that are Japanese. And then after that, they didn't make any more Japanese guitars, but I think they went to the factory. They went to Matsumoto said, right, we've just ordered 5,000 guitars off you. We'd like to see how you make it. And they've gone, oh, that's how you put the neck on. Oh, that the fret's going like that. And then by the time they started making their own stuff after like 1982, they knew how to make guitars because they just copied it off the Japanese. That's only my own theory. But if you can get a Hondo that's a Fame or a Formula One series, they are like your top of the range PRSSEs and are basically the same. They've not learned anything since then. They do have a bit of a generic feel where they feel like a modern guitar when you can go into a guitar shop and try half a dozen guitars and they all feel the same, even though this one looks like a Tele, that one looks like a Strat, that one looks like an Explorer. They've just got that kind of average feeling neck, which everyone will like, and the average this and the average, but everyone's kind of a bit difficult. I did go through a Hondo phase when I think I did a video where I had like 6 or 7 Hondos at one point, but it turned out to be, I mean, they were amazing. I couldn't believe you could pick up a guitar for under 100 quid. That was great. The problem is I realised that after that when you're going for the Japanese stuff, you can get a guitar for under 100 quid. That's full on pro level, as good as a guitar can be type thing for the same sort of price. Got a cat opener. Labrador, but good shit, Space Monkey. The Casino I'm getting is 3P90s. I'm pretty sure there is a Casino that's got like the dog ear ones. I don't know. I've no idea how that'll be wired either, Stratocaster, because the problem is it's like I've done it before. Well, maybe it's when you've got the 3, or what are you going to get positions 2 and 4 like on a Stratocaster somehow? The way, I mean, it depends how you wire it up. If I was going to wire up that guitar, I would have, you get your four knobs and a switch. I would have the 2 volumes the same as what they normally are on a Les Paul or an SG, where you've got one pickup. The switch would run those 2 pickups. One of the tone controls would be the volume for the middle pickup, which would come in regardless of what else you did, and you would have a master tone, is how I would set it out. I don't know how it works. I think you need more guitars. There's maybe a tiny empty spot left on the wall. There's no empty spot left on this wall. It's like there isn't, but yes, I don't know when the last time I knew exactly how many guitars I had. I mean, I'd imagine when I had 10, I probably knew I had 10. It's when it goes up. But it gets to, I've got so many guitars that when I dig them out and actually play them, I mean, this guitar here is twice as good as it was at the start of the stream. Just by being played a little bit, it's been vibrated and it's been used. And Casino is Sean Connery's favourite guitar. Yes, Mr. White. Very good. Got a satin neck P90 quilted red maple Tele Harley Benton. Just a dream to play and sound. You may vomit now. I could do, yes. Maybe you were really, really, really lucky. It's just one of those things. It's like they're so good it can be, which is, I don't know. There must be. I mean, so many people like Harley Bentons. I mean, they can't all be crap. It's just that I've never really had one that's got that little extra special something. And that kind of kicks in with even like a Squier Classic Vibe, any Epiphone I've ever played. Yes, they can be. I've never had one that's had that thing, the Frankie Howard, the ooh, which it's really easy to get with the Japanese ones. They kind of all do it. Again, I'm playing an American one, so it's got something different. But it's like they've just got a thing where you can't really nail down exactly why it's miles better. It just is, and you know it. And it's like, I mean, I can sort of tell a Matsumoto guitar, I can sort of tell a Tushin guitar, I can sort of tell a Yamaki guitar, I can sort of tell a Fujigen guitar now, because there's a thing that they've got like that FG in there, even though it's only a couple of years old, has things in very much common with that. There's certain things. Panties should be silk, not shattered, Mr. White. Yes. The Sean Connery accent's not that. Not that nothing to do. Shut the door. F holes. Yeah, fuck holes. Just want painted on. That's one of the reasons I like that PGM so much. You've got like a pure, finely crafted machine designed for there's no fat on it whatsoever. It's like AC/DC highway L. There's no unnecessary crap on it at all. And then they put on painted stickers with F holes on them for the ultimate pointlessness. I've got the most refined guitar ever, and I'm going to put fucking things on it. It just makes it look good. F holes. I don't know. Maybe I'll end up with a Harley Benton that's good. I mean, I even got one. I've only ever owned one, and I bought it after Scott had that pure Shannon of a one, the black Telecaster. It was just shit. Everything on it was wrong. There wasn't anything they'd done right. You know what I mean? They managed to attach the neck to the body. That was it. They didn't put it on a straight. It was terrible. And then ended up with that one, which is a more expensive one. It was like kind of the Fusion something it was called, with the roasted maple and the branded pickups, and the bridge was in the wrong place. The pickup screws were fucked all over the place. The frets needed. It was there. It was a horrible fucking thing. Today I plays Gibson LP Standard. I was shocked how ordinary they felt. Their Epiphones are as good as Gibsons for a fraction of the price. Yes, I totally get it. I mean, I did the same thing before I started buying all these hundreds of guitars. I was thinking of buying a Gibson Les Paul, and I went into Guitar. I think at the time they were £2,200 or 2,100, slightly cheaper than they are now. And I tried the Gibson Les Paul. I wonder what's a real Gibson Les Paul, and it was like, at the time I had the Washburn Falcon, and it's not as good as the Washburn Falcon. It's just nobody could play the Gibson Les Paul Standard and the Washburn Falcon and say that the Gibson's a better guitar. It just isn't in any category at all, apart from, I think you'll find Slash plays and Peter Green plays a Gibson, not the Washburn. Yeah, apart from that, it's just every other way is better. I'm not a big Les Paul fan either, but I mean, the thing that really got me with that was, it was like looking up on the wall, and this is a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago in Guitar, they used to have an awful lot more stock hanging up. So I was like, I was looking for a shot this. I looked up on the wall, and they had like 4 exactly the same as the one that I was playing. And then they had another 10 in slightly different colours, but they were the same one as the one I'm playing. It's like, where's the exclusivity in that? Which it didn't have. Whereas something like this, I've never seen one like this. I've seen ones from a similar era, but none of them were the same. I've never seen one with the Bill Lawrence pickups. I've never seen one with the Rosewood fingerboards. I've never seen the individual. You know, it's like these were. There isn't another guitar the same as this in the world. This is the only one. There might be one that's got the same body, but what are the chances of them picking the same neck to attach to it and the same pickups? You just don't end up. Showing his stinky fingers because his guitar is shattered. Right? Well, Captain Kirk's lingerie, Captain Shatner panties. Yes, that's a much less racist joke than the one I know with that. The why was Uhuru black? Because William Shatner. But I would never say that online because who's racist? Slash's Gibson. Slash is a fake, and it was Gibson for a second. I was a no. They didn't call it a fake. They called it a replica, and it was like something. Not now. Loads of folk don't care as long as it says Gibson or Fender. That's it. But it gives them, in many ways, it's kind of a. It would be they would be neglecting it if Fender made their guitar. They're making everyone's made to a price point, and so they've got to try not damage the ones that are higher up the range. Do you know what I mean? It's the same with the Epiphone things. I mean, when I bought my Epiphone, they were made by Samick, and I'll be arguing. I mean, my Epiphone SG is 96 or something, and my Gibson SG is early 90s. I can't remember exactly. And there's definitely arguments you could have that the Epiphone's better built guitar than the Gibson one is. The hardware on the Epiphone's shocking. It's really shit. It's got shit tuners, really lightweight bridge. The wee pots and the pickups were pants. But the rest of the actual guitar, the paint on it's better than the Gibson. It feels nicer. It's a kind of weird one. Why did Captain's Truck? Because William Shatner. Yeah, totally. That's fine. You mentioned make the same joke without the racist element. I like it. Slash's Gibson turned out to be a fake. Yeah, loads of folk don't care. Early to mid 90s Epiphones in particular. I've got a 94 that's a beast. Yeah, I just don't like the Les Pauls. I remember, it goes right back to the first time I ever played a Les Paul was me and my pal Bert. He'd played guitar for probably about a year or something, and he made a Marlin Sidewinder, which was terrible. I had my Honor Rockwood Strat, which was terrible, but I got on my 18th birthday, I got my Yamaha acoustic so I could play in a band playing Hurdy Gurdy Man. I would play rhythm and he'd play lead. And then he spent 400 quid on an Epiphone Les Paul. And it was a gold top. I mean, very pretty guitar, but I never really understood. And then about a year later, I was going to get a guitar, get an Epiphone, and I got the SG, which was it was like 210, 220 quid, something like that, as opposed to 400 quid. And it was just better than the Les Paul, like as a functional thing. It was lighter. I couldn't believe how simple it was to tune up. It's like the Tune-O-Matic bridge was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Because the previous guitar I'd had was a Strat one where you had to freaking take the back plate off and poke strings through. Then I had a Yamaha with a Floyd Rose on it, which you had to cut the ends off. Gibson was just like, what? You just put the strings through this bit here and it goes over that and that's it. What a great fucking thing. We should do some crowdfunding for a Harley Benton. I'm always good with some wood for a prime place for the winter time. Yeah, I mean, I can make them work. The thing that really gets me is with the Harley Benton is this whole. I'm a member of the Harley Benton Facebook page, and I was looking at it. Yeah, it's just amazing that people can buy these Harley Bentons and and you end up for the poor kids, and those are the ones that are fucking suffering because it's like I can't afford. I remember folk when I was a kid, I just started playing the guitar. My mum and dad bought me a guitar for Christmas. Oh, what'd you get? Fender. Really? You get £400 guitar? It's like, no, I never get fucking that shit. You know what I mean? We're going to get you a good one. It's like, electric's got to be Fender or Gibson, acoustics it's Martin or Taylor. People missing out so many cool guitars. Yes, it's difficult. First proper guitar was an Epiphone by Gibson Strat. Yes, I remember them. It's got like the Explorer headstock on it. Yeah, not interesting. Oh, I didn't understand the racist part. I don't know. We're so worried about racism, to be honest, Joachim, that I'm just worried about it all the time. Not racist, but maybe say things that could be construed as if you didn't know I was joking. I don't know. It's just difficult. If we all give him a $5 next Christmas, he has to get a Fazley or a Harley Benton to see if his views change or he's rather chase the humble pie. Yeah, totally. I'm good. Go insult me. I'll be fine. The thing is, if you're talking about the Fazley one, it's like, how good does a guitar have to be for 50 quid or 60, 70 quid new? Does it stay in tune? Can you play chords on it? That's all it has to do. I've found that before with a lot of guitars. I generally quite like the cheaper ones. Is when you get to the more expensive ranges where they're not really any different. BC Rich used to do that, the Bronze series. Like the Bronze series Warlock is great. It's a bit boring, you can only get it in black. But you go, what about the Platinum one? And it's like the Platinum one is like 3 times the price, and it's the same guitar. It's exactly the same, apart from it's got a nice paint job, and you're like, an extra £150 for painting it a different colour than black, kind of not worth it. And it's the same thing happens. That's why something like that wee red Roadster is the cheapest one in the range. Is it better than the 530? No, not really in any category. It's not better, but it costs like a fifth as much or something, and it's 5% not as good. So it's not a case of getting in there. Gordon Smith SG, but I like the LP, makes me play differently, just makes more riffy stuff appear. There's an element of that as well, definitely. I mean, that's for me for the SG. It was like, had to have the SG. That was the one that Pete Townsend and Mike Oldfield and Tony Iommi and all these things, they played an SG. If they'd all played Les Pauls, maybe I would be more into Les Pauls. Not racist, just silly jokes, a bit more biased if anything. Don't worry about it, pal. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's terrifying when you actually meet proper racist people, which I've not really met that many, but it's terrifying when you get someone who actually does. I mean, I've met folk who actually do think that brown people aren't as good as white people, and you're like, right, I was joking. It's like I don't buy black people at all because they're Negroes. That's not racist, though. But I mean, I don't in any way think that white people are better than black people, which is fucking therefore not racist. And then once the more I start digging a hole, Davis World of Fun Stuff is a good story about Rickenbacker deliberately sending duds to Canada. He suspected other brands worked at 2 turkeys for the Canucks. My father's about leave it at work and play it with the others. Well, that's it. If you're buying a guitar for keeping it working, it's 50, 60 quid and you manage to get a Telecaster that's all right. Fuck it, go for it, man. I can see that being great fun. Vantage can be really good as well. Yeah, totally. You were supporting the Vapors of Turn of Japanese and Dundee and Friday. Singer guy Dave Fenton and a lovely Gordon Smith looked like a fancy GS1. Amazing. I do know that in not the video on Top of the Pops, but on one of the other videos on a TV show, he's playing a Washburn Falcon, same as mine. But Turn of Japanese, I really like you, which is apparently about wanking. Brian, who's the singer in the Black Sabbath band's told me this about 6 times because I've maybe because I've got Japanese guitars up here. The Vapors are Japanese, but it's like that's why you kind of chum with Japanese because you're coming, you're kind of yeah, like that's okay. I know you told me that 6 months ago. I don't need to hear it again. Any gigs ahead? Not yet. No. There was I couldn't go last night. The band got together and went to a gig or something like that. I need to start talking to them and get some Sabbath gigs on the go. Cranking House, I don't know what's happening. We are in the studio in a couple of weeks' time. I don't know what to do with the band. I can't stand and just play along because nothing happens. And I also don't like being the one who's pushing to try and do other stuff because everyone rejects it. So I'm kind of in limbo a little bit. I did take in the Ibanez Roadster last week when we were in for a rehearsal, and it was fucking amazing. I was being a pure dick all the way through it with a Floyd Rose that I pure trusted. So every single song ended with being pure stupid. Good fun. You believe in free speech no matter who it offends? Sort of. There's a line. You shouldn't be allowed, like, you can say whatever you want, right? The example, I got this off a guy on the radio, actually. Going into a crowded restaurant and shouting fire, you shouldn't be allowed to do that, right? So there's you got to agree that you can't go to like a subway station, go in and go, oh, there's a bomb. You can't do that, right? So you can't say anything because that fucking causes a panic and could be terrible, right? So you can't say absolutely anything. There's a line there, and it depends on where your line is. Buy an artist guitar. Don't know. Love Black Women. Harley Benton makes a Dickenbacker bass. Oh dear. Our singer had Fenton on his podcast. He denied about having a chug, but seems happy enough to go along without thinking so. I don't know what Fenton is. But who decides what that line is? Well, there you go. I don't know. It's a thing. You can say whatever you want, but I don't know. The problem is central scrutinizer is when people, not saying this about yourself, but generally when people are really up for free speech, it's they want to be able to say nasty things. They don't want free speech. They want to be, it's because I want to say that black people smell, or you should be allowed to say it. I don't know. It depends where you are. Police decide the line. Well, I mean, who tells the police where the line is? Somebody's got to write this shit down. It's been done. You know what I mean? But I mean, it's where you say something that's offensive to people. I mean, I could have really offended everyone at that Oasis concert that I went to by uttering what I firmly believe to be the absolute truth and going, Neil Gallagher is pure shite on the guitar. And that would really offend everyone. I wouldn't do it because I'd get beaten up, but it's the truth. So, I mean, where does it come in? Hey, well, how's it going? Got a bass rig on Friday. It's from Tech Sound System. An evil rig, 300 watt top, 2x12. But reckon out 300 watts is a hell of a lot of power. It will be loud enough. Wouldn't worry about it. Someone is now going to get steaming and shout fire in a pack Weatherspoons. I don't know. I wouldn't go into a Weatherspoons again. Actually, the last Weatherspoons I was in was before a gig we did. 2 weeks before lockdown in Glasgow, and I was like, "Do you want to go in next door for a pint?" And I was like, "No, it's a Weatherspoons." The guy who runs Weatherspoons is an absolute cock. I refused to give him any money, so I went into the pub and didn't drink anything. I did have a bottle of Bucky in my gig bag, but no. Artist guitars look the part. I've never heard of it. I mean, Artist guitars as a brand. I don't know them. It's up to the individual not to be offended. You can call me anything you want to offend me. I don't know. I don't know, but I mean, it's like there's extreme cases. You know what I mean? It's like it's not a black and white thing. Like I don't mean in a racist way. I mean it's not just you are one or the other. There's a huge grey area in the middle where it's like, should you be able to say anything? And it's like, I don't know. No, but you got to have some rights. I don't know. Where does it end? It's all fucking. There's been nobody's got it right. You know, you're right to say whatever it is you want. It's what if the thing that you said is like, I don't know. I mean, I've heard some things that I don't think you should be allowed to say out loud, or I think you should get into trouble with. Being like, my mind goes immediately to I went on an independence march one time, just because I was going into town to go to buy guitar bits anyway, and there was at the Unions bit where the folk are like where the Union Jacks. There was this old woman. And then we were walking past, I don't know, 100,000 of us, something like that, walking past this group of 20. Basically, they were all skinheads. Some of them had swastikas tattooed in their foreheads, you know, saying how much better Britain is. And there was this old woman, who was just, what she was saying shouldn't have been allowed in a public place. There was folk going past, you know, it's like there was folk with a gay pride, you know, rainbow flag. And this woman was shouting, "I hope you all get AIDS and die horribly." What? Really? It's like, yeah, what? I don't want to go into the uni thing again, but I mean, yeah, really? I don't know. I dare say that, I mean, fucking, I don't know, less than half, but not that much, less than half of Scottish folk think Britain's a good thing, but what, less than 0.1% are that bad. Do you know what I mean? So really, if anyone, I should have really just filmed that woman and then gone, which side are you on? And the answer is whatever side she's not. That was pure, a bit commie. Yeah, totally. 180 watt Behringer bass amp. I can imagine. I mean, One of the best guitars I ever played was an SX Strat. AJP. Yes, I've had a few. Jim Deacon. Now, yes, I've had a couple of amazing SX guitars. Apparently, they weren't very good when they started out, but now, I mean, that was the thing. I didn't see any when I was in Guitar last time I was in, but a couple of years ago I was in Guitar, and they were like, the only guitars they had under 150 quid were the SX ones, and the thing was, you could tell by looking at them, they were the Squier Classic vibe, but didn't say Squier on them, as opposed to the cheap, the £150 Squiers, which you look at and they've got that sort of powdery wood, and it's very much, it looks like a cheap guitar. The SX don't. It's illegal to say abracadabra because someone will come out and stab you. I don't know, really. Thing is, someone is racist. Tell them they can't use racist language isn't going to stop them being racist. Okay, that's true. Yeah. What does this have to do with guitars? It doesn't. It does nothing to do with guitars. I'm drinking Bucky, so I'm off. What kind of Telecaster? It's a Schecter. But a Schecter from when the Schecter were an American parts company. Actually licensed to Fender, so not like the modern ones. BXL 800. My parents taught me a rhyme: sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah, but I don't want to be on the. I can handle it, but I mean, I don't know. It's the whole thing about the free speech of being able to say whatever you want. Yeah, totally, but I mean, I don't think you should be allowed to just go up to an old woman in the street and go, fuck off. Really? It's just for no reason. But I mean, it's your moral and whatever you think, whatever your own thing is. A BXL 1800. Well, my parents taught me, got SX. You got an SX telly, Billy, I bet it's amazing. I don't need any more tellies. If I've got a Schecter telly, I don't need any more guitars. That was why I've never bought a guitar more expensive than this, because it's got to be better than this, and it's like arguably there isn't a guitar better than this, even though Scott's one did beat it. Annoyingly, maybe just because it was in better condition, I don't know. Scott's telly is more of a telly than this, because this isn't 100% a telly. It's compromised, but also, I mean, this does a Les Paul much better than what Scott's telly does, but it's just not quite there. Sticks up if they're not tone wood. It's all about the tone when it comes in. I don't even know what this is. The nice lassie from Krangman plays a nice SX jazz bass. Hasn't he felt the need to upgrade, although they have found success? It's just maybe the one you like. Yeah, totally. Why not? Yamaha bought Guild and Jarman and a few others. SX is good, but can't bond. Maybe you're not a Telecaster again. I don't know. It's like there are things you can. I don't know. See, I don't really have. A lot of people will not like this because it doesn't have the right neck on it. Whatever the right neck is, I'm not really that bothered about necks. Really, the only neck I've ever really come across that I didn't like was the Gibson Slim Taper one. I didn't like that. It was kind of like a baseball bat here, but flat here. I didn't like that neck, but every other neck I can handle. It was like a really thick neck, a really thin neck. Yeah, it depends if it fits the guitar. I've not got one guitar. If I only had one guitar, maybe I would be a bit more selective about it, but I kind of like them to be. Yeah, I mean, Behringer stuff it's unbeatable. Schecter's nostalgic. Remember that brand from the 80s? Cort Jackson, Bee Gees, Olivia Newton-John, AC/DC, Mary Poppins, Emmerdale Farm and TV every evening here in Sweden. Yes, okay. But actually, see if you watch... Schecter did have a bit of time in the limelight. If you watch Live Aid, like from 1985, pretty much every band's playing a Schecter Telecaster. They were absolutely the best guitars you could buy in the 84, 87, something like that. It's like, if you, I've got horrors of money, I want to buy the best guitar I can. That's when folk bought the Schecters. They fucked up, and then after that, they weren't as expensive, or they weren't as desirable or as good. Oh, I said I wouldn't, but I bought another standard series Squire Strat with good hard case last night, £130. Again, it's like one of those. Someone else was talking to me about guitar. What was it? It was an Axel video I've got, and it was like they were back there. Yeah, saw someone selling one of these. It's on, I think it was eBay or Gumtree or something. It was like 75 quid with a hard case, and it's like, you ever looked up how much a hard case actually costs? Because when I was thinking, if I'm buying a guitar and it's got a hard case with it, I'm thinking in my head was like, a shitty hard case, 20 quid. No. That's 100 quid. Like even a second hand, like maybe if it takes an obscure guitar, but if it takes a Telly or a Strat or a Les Paul, a decent hard case is 60 quid if it's got stickers on it, 80 quid if it's kind of new looking, at 120 quid new. It's like, hard cases are fucked up. I always get a bit disappointed. It's nice to get a guitar. See, when you've got a guitar that came with its original case, it might be much better nick because it's been kept in the case. But I see a lot of guitars I've bought before, like, Westfields and stuff, where someone's obviously gone, right, I'll buy a guitar. So they've spent 150 quid on their Stratocaster, they've spent £100 on the case, and they bought an amp, and it's like, for 50 quid, and it's like, just fucking spend all that money on the guitar, is what I would do. But how about some Symphony Verse? I used to be able to play Symphony Verse, no? There's a video of me actually singing, because I used to be able to sing it. I used to be able to do the... I'll try and sing it, but I'll see how I can't do it.
Take me through the centuries to supersonic years. Electrifying enemies drowning in his tears. All I have to give you is a love that never dies. The center of the universe was written in your eyes. Yeah!
You can't do that, no?
Yeah!
My throat's gone! No, I can't do that. Hey, Casual Air Strato. Yeah, I was playing Symphony Verse. Bought a better acoustic Yamaha. The hard case was even more expensive. And I was like, yes, I know. I'm the same with my... I've got a hard case for my 12-string, which I think probably cost almost the same as what the guitar did. I don't know. I've got enough hard cases. There was a point when I wanted a hard case for... Well, there was a point when I figured that all I really needed was a hard case for a bass and a hard case for an acoustic, for an electric. And that would do me when I was going into the studio. But then it became, I don't even use the hard cases going into the studio because you've got to carry it. Whereas if you've got like a gig bag, it goes on your back. Well, I'm pretty sure gig bags didn't exist when I started playing the guitar. You had two choices. You had a hard case, or you had like a vinyl bag with a handle on it, which was basically to keep the rain off. Exactly, the case is real good, Strat case. And the standard full-size Strat body. Great rosewood fretboard, looks untouched result. Go for it, yeah, totally. The Knack, my Sharona. I've got a feeling that there's a video of them playing a Washburn Falcon as well. Never gonna stop, never stop, never stop, never stop. I shall go on. I'm sure there's a Washburn Falcon in that as well. Sleep type. Amplitude? What the fuck is amplitude? Some sort of pluggy anything? I don't know. I think if you're into the technology thing, you can do that. I've got just picked up a Marshall amp, a 30 watt, a GC30 or something it's called, and it's like that's the amp I would want. But obviously for that kind of thing now, you'd be looking at like modeling amps with different sounds. I don't really need lots of sounds. Marshall Stack, that's what I want. Hey Alex Kerr Black, you probably said this before, but what is your story of getting into music and guitars? I'd love to hear your backstory. I don't know. And just never gonna stop, gonna stop, never stop. I don't know when I started. When I started playing the guitar, all my pals at school had started playing before me. Just when I started, when Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit came out, and I thought I was mad at Nirvana, and someone actually said, "Why don't you play the bass?" I didn't know what a bass was because everyone else played the guitar, but I just kept. I remember I had my pals, they were all playing Stand By Me. So that was really all I heard for the first year of all my pals out the guitar. I was like, it sounds awful difficult. And then pal Robert, got a book out the library called Black Sabbath, The Anthology, even though I was the mad Black Sabbath fan. And he left his guitar with a distortion on it, with a Marlin Sidewinder. And I was like, he'd gone home and I was like looking at it in the morning, like, this tab thing, that's probably those. This is the number, so it's probably. And at that point, I went, hold on, I can play this. I've been trying for literally 5 minutes, and I'm now playing a song that sounds like the song, not. Not that. I was playing something that actually sounded like it, so that is because of Black Sabbath, it's because of Paranoid, it's because of that book. Angie. Oh, is that in there? Angie. Yeah, so was never there. Yeah. Beans to yourself. I was really alarmed at the guy still up at this hour when he had such an early rise ahead of him. That's all. Well, what has happened is I managed to stay awake an awful lot longer by having this cider in the middle of a bucket. And now want to fix it. A minor. Obviously, I'm playing it on a Telecaster with distortion. Like the distortion pedal's right there. That was one of the first songs I could ever play the guitar. When it goes, when it changes to it was Black Sabbath. And then, even though the Black Sabbath book didn't have all the Black Sabbath songs in it, I realised that this whole power chord thing, I could play the songs that weren't in it just by finding the first note. Sort of all that sort of crap came in there. Catch you later, Clement. Yeah, the video for Low Rider's fucking amazing, and it's also got the which is like I always thought it was car horns, but it's actually a harmonica. But amazing, check it out. The wrong key though.
What you get and what you see, things that don't come easily. The flames don't blind in the sun. Icicles within my mouth.
Maybe it is in the wrong key.
My eyes are blind and I can't see.
All these things start playing fucking play the bass now in the proper key. When did the Japanese first start making guitars, and when people start realising we're really good? People have not even really yet realised they're starting to be really good. Yamaha, the earliest guitar I want from Japan is a Yamaha SG5, it's called, which is the one that Doctor Who played a reissue of it when Peter Capaldi was Doctor. I think for the Japanese guitars, the Yamahas were always good. There's one called a Flying Banana. These things look fucking amazing. And then they just made lots and lots of copies. And then by the time it got to the sort of early 70s, they started making copies that were kind of better than the Gibsons. And then, I don't know. The problem was that there was a big thing about Japan, making Japan meaning crap, because they were cheap. But then they started making them good as well. Owner of a Lonely Heart. I was playing that earlier on in the bass, or tried to. I don't know the song, but I know it goes. And it's got orchestral hit in it. Yeah, I've never honestly heard a Yes song that I've genuinely really liked, even though I did actually see the original lineup of Yes at Glastonbury the last time. I think there's actually a video, and it came in a box set or something of them actually playing that. It was like kind of in the burger bit at Glastonbury, so it was all the burger bands and shit, and then it was like pure Yes. Really? I was like, okay, me and my pal Peg went, fucking great. Loads of Russian guitars. I'd be a bit scared of the Russian guitars. That one I've got, which I've tried to go back into it, try to make sense of it. It doesn't work. It's intermittent. Sometimes it does. I'll turn that switch on, that turns on this pickup. Yes, it does. And then later on, it doesn't turn on that pickup. It's kind of, I don't want to give up on it yet. Snowblind's the D standard notes and C sharp. But yeah, I was playing it. The problem is, it's like, see, when you're playing something like Snowblind, because it's got the open things, it's basically in E, but his guitar's tuned funny. It's got the. Which is, it's meant to be in C sharp, but none of the notes work when you do it in C sharp. It should be there.
What you get and what you see, the things that don't come easily.
But Sabbath never wrote in, they just wrote in E. Basically, it's just that sometimes it was tuned down. You'll find the same with like Children of the Grave or anything like that. It is just in E, but it's tuned down to C sharp. Last time I heard that was playing Vice City. Is Snowblind in Vice City? Wow. I never had Vice City. I knew I had the one after it, which was it GTA 4 when I bought my Xbox? It came with it, and it had Heaven and Hell was in it, or a live version of Heaven and Hell was on the radio somewhere. Amazing. I really need to fucking start listening to records again. I really want to listen to Heaven and Hell and Mob Rules again because of that Paul Gilbert album where he's playing. He's only released one song. It's Holy Diver, and he's playing the vocal line on the guitar, and it's fucking amazing. It's like and it's like Dio. You think, oh, amazing singer, amazing voice, all that stuff. Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm not taking any of that away, but I didn't really realize how intricate the melodies were that he was singing. It's like really amazing. Amazing. Oh, was San Andreas the one? Maybe that was the one I had that had Heaven and Hell on it. It also had Iggy Pop and the Stooges, which I'd never heard before. The I Want to Be Your Dog, which was fine. That was good, but I wasn't there. If I was there in '68 and they were doing that, after that, Iggy Pop wasn't really doing for me, I'm afraid. Natural Rat is in C sharp, yeah. Both pitches. They're kind of difficult. I can play it in fucking normal tune, but it's like when I'm tuned, I've got the C sharp bass out. It's like it's an E, like, but your guitar's tuned to C sharp. Whereas it should actually be. I am the hell to you, universal secret of all time. Early stars with Japanese guitars. Sounds like a song. Glenn Campbell, Nick Ray. Yes, I was actually reading an interview in the blog about he had a Strat, did Glenn Campbell, and he was part of one of the people that kind of came in at the very start of the Strat when they were kind of developing it, and they got a Strat and they didn't push it enough, and then they saw him on telly with a Tesco or something like that. But if you watch Sounds of the 70s or Top of the Pops from the late 70s, early 80s, that Washburns and the Aria Pros are all over the place. I think there was a rep who worked for Washburn and stuff and would actually go to these bands, folk like Andy Summers at the Police, and go, oh, you're on Top of the Pops tonight. Do you want this guitar for free if you play it tonight? Kind of thing. And I think that was why you see a lot of these Washburns and Aria Pros kicking about round about that time, early 80s, because I think they were just giving them. I don't think it's not like now where you get someone like Slash can't play another guitar because he gets paid $100,000 a year for playing Gibson. And I think it kind of comes in that way. Whereas I think even if you go back to the 80s, people just wanted a good guitar. That's kind of where I live. I just want a really good guitar. I don't really need a really expensive guitar. I just want one that's really good. There's rumblings in the band because the guitarist in the band uses a Digitech drop pedal to do the C sharp stuff, and I used to just play everything in standard and just play awkward fingering. And I was like, so. And then I moved on to playing the two basses, so I've got a standard bass and a C sharp bass. And he's like, oh, get yourself one of them because there's a couple other songs that are in a different tuning, and it just doesn't sound. I don't know. Probably not in a band situation. like as in the whole band's playing. You can't tell that the guitar is going through a digital thing. When you hear it on its own, you can hear that the guitar is going through a digital thing. I think. So I need to have a go at maybe getting one and try and get myself down to one bass. It doesn't take that long to swap though. The thing is, I kind of like the down tuned in the Sabbath is it's like the strings are dead floppy, but it really works for it. So I'm sitting there wondering if I can get like a pitch pedal that goes up the way so I can just play the floppy strings, or whether I just learn everything in C sharp. It's not that much. I mean, it's like of all the songs that we play that are in standard tuning, there's not that many open E's that I need to use. Really, I can get away with it. It's just that I've got to play everything just in C sharp. But that's when it comes in with the when I used to play everything in standard with the Sabbath band. The guitar sounded fucking amazing because we were playing in the same octave. I know the riffs, so being the guitarist are pure bang bang. You know, it's not like pure. No, it's like pure da 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 da. We can pure do that. So the guitar sounded phenomenal. You couldn't really hear the bass. And then when I went to the C sharp for some of the songs, suddenly I was an octave lower, but the guitar didn't sound as good because it didn't have the bass playing the same thing in the same octave. It was lower, so it's kind of a bizarre thing. Spandau might have very well have had a deal with that. I know that Aha, the SB 1000 area was his bass. I want one of them. They're just fucking expensive. I haven't been able to afford one yet. But they had some unique things. The thing about that bass is that bass has the nut is the same width as it is as the bridge, so the strings are parallel. I kind of like the idea of trying that. It wouldn't be the S. What's the expensive one? Is it an SB 1500? It wouldn't be that one. You can get a cheaper one. You know, one that's maybe a bolt-on neck and is not quite as fancy. It doesn't have the active stuff in it. I do fancy one of them, but they're always been expensive. The guy's name, Duran Duran, is John Taylor, I believe. Check out the National Lacrosse video. Know that the guitar is in concert pitch with a pitch shifter on it. I'll listen to it. I saw it earlier on. And it's because it's a song I play every week in the studio. I'll be honest, I'll listen to it. I do really enjoy playing it though. So basically, many people think that's one of the best songs. I'm in a Black Sabbath Facebook page, and what are the best songs? And National Lacrosse comes up, and it's like, for me, it's like I love the singing bit. It's like some of my favourite notes. I've got a lot of favourite bits in playing the Sabbath stuff, and there's a few bits. So one of them is in Children of the Grave. It goes da 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 da. That bit is fucking great. And the National Acrobats is a pure bang. I am the world that hides the universe. It's fucking great. But I really get to give it the pure. Oh, it's fucking great. No, love that. If you're going down, you need to get heavier strings, sort of, or you get really bendy strings on the bass. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the guitarist in the Sabbath band uses like 12s or something tuned to standard, and it's like I think you find Tony used 8s. All part of it, but I mean, it can be done. Hearing the straight guitar and the pitch. See that? I struggle with the pitch thing from that. I think, see, if I ran through a pitch shifter and was an E flat, I would think there was something wrong. This guitar, something's not right. If it's tuned to E flat, it doesn't feel right. Whereas C sharp's that far away from it. It's not. Here's what you expect and here's what you're getting. It's here's what you expect and here's what you're getting. All right. So it's a different thing, and I kind of get more used to it. But having the straight guitar, the guitar pick, yeah. I mean, if you're playing loud enough, you don't hear that. But yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it. Aha, we're good. Of course they were. Yeah, they did. I was good. And Duran's the other one I get mixed up. Aha, they did Dancing to the Fire, didn't they? Or was that Duran? That was Duran. It's Duran I'm thinking of, not Aha. Sorry, I replaced what I said earlier on about that bass. Well-dressed Far East students make us locals look like we're wearing sacks of ties. again, you've probably said it's probably what's the soft tech behind it. It's a soft tech Mix 60, which I honestly didn't even use for the first few years I had it because I couldn't be bothered waiting for the gap when you turn it on and then you have to wait 30 seconds to turn on the standby switch. But as soon as I took it into the studio, it's an absolute demon. That's my studio amp. It fucking sounds amazing. Just ahead, guitar straight into it through a 4x12 in the studio, up at a proper volume. It fucking kicks ass. I wasn't aware until I saw JHS pedal show that they were worth anything or meaning because he's got like a room full of them. And they reissued it recently and it was like 900 quid for the reissue, not the one that's hand wired out of Soviet submarine parts. Yeah. So I didn't know. I didn't know what it was when I bought it. I paid 50 quid for it, brand spanking new. And I'll never ever sell it because it's my amp. I think a band side, pitch shifter changing keys. It's almost like you can feel the resonance of the guitar is different what's coming out of the guitar. I know what you mean. Yes, there's something unnatural about it, isn't there? Which on a whammy pedal, I can understand why you would want that, but just to use it to change pitch, I would much rather have the guitar actually playing proper tuned down if it was coming to that. I know there was reasons for it. I mean, Tony Iommi didn't do it. It was to make it sound heavier. It was also because his fingers hurt because he's only got two, and so that Ozzy didn't have to sing as high. All these things is part of it. Whereas now, obviously, down tuning is we'll start off with that. Sabbath wasn't really the point. My Boss GT10 will reshift any pitch I sent. Your tracking is amazing. We'll play polyphonic without missing a note. Yeah, I think so. There's part of it, and in a mix, it probably doesn't sound wrong. It just depends. I don't know. A part of it, again, it's one of those things that's in your head. You know, I mean, give me a Telecaster, I'll play it X way. Give me another guitar that's exactly the same, measured with a micrometer. Everything's identical, but instead of being this shape, it's that shape. I play it differently. So again, in my head, there is a nostalgia and a right manliness about playing a gig just with that amp or with a soft tech. What pedal are you using? I'm using this pedal, the guitar, the amp, and a 4x12. Manly is how I get it. I like it. Why are Western countries been flooded with cheap guitars? Because people buy them, and it's like it's just unfortunate that people are getting ripped off. You know, it's like Duran played an Arable SB 1500. 1000 Spirit Bass of 14 level 42 covers heavyweight that edge but sustained amazing for thumb slap level 42 songs. Mr. Pink Love Games. I don't really know that much. I can't play any level 42. I do appreciate the guy's bass playing. It's pretty impressive. I think it was maybe the SB 1000 is the one. I mean, that was John Taylor. Yeah. I mean, the bass in that barely blew my mind. Basically from the Bond film. I didn't know music, but I knew the Bond films. Dum bum 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 bum. Playing loud enough, you'll never hear the standard guitar against the pitch shifter saves carrying 3 or more guitar. Yes, I get it. I mean, I had a Line 6 Variax which did that. It did funny tunings as well. So it's like, I want open G, and it would play an open G even though the strings were tuned normal. So as long as you're up loud enough, and you can just disconnect from it. I don't know. It's just a whole, I don't know. The thing comes in with I mean, I've warmed up a little bit to modelling. When I was doing the demo we did with Cranking House, I took in the wee orange amp and my red Roadster, and my plan was like, well, we're going to do like a backing track, basically along with the drums. Who's the drums we're just in the recording room. Singer's going to sing a guide vocal. I'm going to play a guide guitar. bass player's going to play a guide thing, and the drummer's actually getting recorded. So we're all playing live, sort of thing. And I was like, yeah, I'd like to maybe overdub it with a, replace it. The guy, the studio engineer was like, yeah, we'll just replace it later on with a guitar amp. That's fine. What sort of sound you're after? I was like, I can't, like a JCM 800 sort of thing. And the guy's like, yeah. So there we go. Fucking Judas Priest sound, bang, away. And we did the rhythm track, where it was basically just, I basically left out the solos. And it was like, yeah, okay, right, we've done the drums, put the vocals on, right, probably guitar tracks. So I'll go through the room and mic up the thing, and it was like, your amp that I brought on. It was like, well, to be honest, it fucking sounds really good, just plugged in. Someone who knows how to use the plug-in thing. Can I just use the plug-in thing, just make it easier? And the guy's like, right, brilliant. I was like, I did let it go against what I thought should have been. But basically the live performances there, I get maybe, see if I'd been listening to the individual tracks on their own, maybe they wouldn't have sounded as good, but I never heard any of the guitar tracks on their own. When we were running through it the first time, I could hear the guitar, bass, the guide vocals, and the drums. And then when it came to doing the solos, I had the whole band playing, and I was playing solos over the top of it. I couldn't have told you it wasn't a real amp or anything like that. It was just fine. So there is a place, if you know how to use them. If you were at a campfire right now and someone asked you to play a tune, would I play it? It would be, I don't know. There's a few really good songs that I've learnt over the years for. One of them was Ichiku Park. I can't remember how you play it. I just play Sabbath. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Something that nobody can sing along with. The hell with it. There must be a point where you can start singing. See, I would think is we're in a campfire, I want other people to join in, so I thought, I'll play some Budgie. I find I don't actually listen to music as much. Need to just play. I find I don't listen to music as much. It's really shit. I should listen. I used to listen to music all the time. Like I would have records running before TV was a thing. We only had fucking for Is This Love by Whitesnake, and then the loving starts. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the only my Whitesnake camping tune would be "Whenever you're looking for an answer, I'm come to find what I'm looking for. I know what it means to walk along the only street of dreams. Here I go again on my own, working on the only road I go. Like a home where I was born to rock alone. You know what it means. Walk along the lonely street of dreams. Yeah. Yeah, Budgie's totally SGs. I wish I could play more Budgie. That's really what I want back to. I don't know. The problem with taking guitars to these things, even it's always taking a guitar and only ever really playing it for 10, 15 minutes for the entire 2-night camping thing. It's very difficult to keep it going. It's like there's sing-along songs and then there's sing-along songs that are interesting. I'm not really interested in playing songs that I've heard other people cover. So, yeah, it becomes a difficult one. You always think that. Just couldn't find what I came in for. Yeah, totally. Bought crisps and yeah, maybe. I've never seen Brokeback Mountain, so maybe because I heard about it first. Don't know. But the old Sweet Home Alabama. Big wheels keep on turning. Carry home to see my kid. Singing songs about the Southland. Turn the rock and then I'll see it again. Birmingham, they love the governor. We all did what we had to. Roxette, not my favourite. Suffering Sweden through the years, and Marie singer close there. I don't know who that is. Roxette. I'm thinking of Roxanne. Roxanne. What's the one that there's a police song? It was always a good one. Well, someone told me yesterday that when you put your boat away, you look as though you just not know the feeling that you never know. So darling, definitely the wrong key. Yeah. Must have been the red light. I'm sure you used to be able to play that as well. Sue Lolly's always a good one. The big joke in Scotland, there used to be a TV reporter for BBC Scotland when I used to watch the news called Sue Lolly. So instead of singing So Lonely, you sing Sue Lolly. Sue Lolly! Sue Lolly! See? Yeah. So Lonely. Yeah, we used to sing So Lolly. Oh. I looked right. I don't know. I mean, Sweden's ABBA. I mean, you've got ABBA. I mean, fuck it, you don't need anything else. I don't know. In fact, better than what Scotland's got. Okay, maybe I don't know that many Swedish bands, but you got ABBA. Yeah, better than Scotland got Nazareth Big Country. Oh, really good, but not as good as ABBA. So Lolly starts in C. Well, someone told me yesterday that when you pack your heart away, you feel as though you just don't care. You feel as if you're going nowhere. So lonely, so lonely, so lonely. Yeah, whatever. I don't know who Roxette. I sort of remember seeing them on Top of the Pops when it used to cycle through. I just don't know them. I don't know. I wasn't about. They may have. I recognise their album covers because I used to see lots of them when I was looking. Don't have to listen to Roxette. Prefer actually even ABBA. ABBA are fucking great. Hey Alexandra, sorry I'm late. I was in the pub supporting live music at the pub again. Well, if you're in the pub, the place to go to the pub to support live music at the pub is at the pub again. Yeah, no, well done. Holland has got golden earring. They do, yes. They've also got a pure amazing song from the album Moonscape, which is something about windmills, chasing windmills. I'm from the Shadows in the Rain side of the Police. I don't know enough Police. I do have most of the records because I actually remember buying 3 of their albums for it was 4 for £1 in a Port Glasgow charity shop. So I got like it wasn't the one I had before was the one that had Suloli on it. So I've got the other 4. But I was really into relatively recently. I heard Synchronicity. The video for Synchronicity is fucking brilliant. Wow. Yeah. So, Police fan, yeah, sort of. Not so much the punky side of it, but the mad stuff, yeah, fucking amazing. When I see Sting, I always think of Quadrophenia. Yeah, okay. Bell Boy. Yeah, totally. I was thinking whenever it says Sting, it says opening his introduction in the film Dune when he's playing Fade Rooster, the son of Baron Harkonnen, and it's like pure, yes, my son, and he comes out and he's like, there's like sort of dry ice falling on him, and he's wearing big, massive plastic underpants, and he's pure oiled up, going like that. That's my that's Sting to me. Lenny Kravitz, how are you going to go my way? I've not played this in 25 years, but the first guitar magazine I ever bought had it in it. I always liked that song. It was a good riff. Good riff. What's the name? Eurythmics. And Eurythmics does have some good. They've got some good songs, and not that I really was really my thing. It's like at the time, but sweet. Sweet dreams are made of double the world in summer. Everybody is looking for something that to make you. With you. That, which was actually banned in America because you couldn't have transvestites in a pop video, and Annie Lennox is like, "Hello, yes, I'm a lady," but it was too much, right? America, we can't have this. But I'm not a transvestite. I'm a woman, so I'll be dressed like a man. It's like I've got time for Annie Lennox. Although I did used to fucking hate her because she did a song that went doobie doobie doop boop boop, which was fucking terrible. But there you go. Yeah. I just need to listen to more of these things. It's like I hated 80s music when I was growing up. When I was in the 80s, I suppose. But I mean, we're talking about the 90s. I didn't like. Although yeah. Arguably, you can't get much more 80s than Flash Gordon, and I always fucking loved that. I always liked Dancing to the Fire. So the 80s were just a sort of weird one for me. I didn't like that. I think my problem with the 80s was, see, a lot of the bands that I did like, when you heard their 80s stuff, it was pure, like Deep Purple and Sabbath and all that. When you got into the sort of later 80s stuff, when you had tons of chorus pedals and it was produced like an 80s song, no. Whitesnake managed to do it with a 1987 album. All the others, like, no, that's not like, that doesn't sound like Sympathy of the Universe. It's a different thing. Can I get into it now? My double neck has a touch of the flying underpants. I don't really know how to respond to that. That could be a. Is that a good thing? I don't know. Everything about the girl? No. I do remember them having singles that were on Top of the Pops. I mean, I must have watched Top of the Pops for on and off from about, I don't know, 1987, 1988 till about 93 or something, and actually genuinely watched it, but never really. I think America was a bit touchy after Patti Smith. Record company airbrushed her moustache from the cover of Horses. I don't know. There's too much music. There's so much music. I couldn't deal with it. You've got to specialize. You can't listen to everything. You just don't. There's not enough time. There's not enough time to have heard everything. But I don't really know Patti Smith. Civet used to like Patti Smith, but I never really heard any stuff that I liked. It's like, but again, it's a case of finding the right thing. I never really understood why is people call Elvis the king? What's that all about? The fact it's like, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's like songs are all right. And then I saw That's the Way It Is video, and it was like 5 minutes in, going, yeah, Elvis, totally. He deserves all the accolades he gets, just from that one video. And it wasn't even just that we're wearing the pure most ridiculous shirt and the way he talked to folk. I was like, the guy is so fucking cool. So I want to be him. That's when Elvis comes. And you play Are You Gonna Move It? I kind of tried to. I need the chords. No, I can't play it. I can't play it now. Alex Black, do you think that maybe the 80s was when art sold itself to pop? Pop has been around since before the 80s, but it feels like it got a bit throwaway since then. I don't know. I don't know, but I mean, it's like the joy. I mean, I've never really been in the. I remember singles sort of, as in 45s and stuff, where there was a Top of the Pops. The Britpop thing, I didn't like that music though, so I wasn't in on that, but it was there, which I think was much more so in the 80s. But the thing is, you could get such a wide variance of shit going on. I mean, there's the amount of stuff that was going on in the late 70s and the 80s was just. There was so much I'd never really heard. I mean, I kind of recognized the album covers, but it's like when I was looking at them, but I don't know. 80s Annie Lennox. I would hit 80s Annie Lennox. Pretty much, even with the ginger short haircut and all that, the suit. Don't know. Just a fresh photo of Madonna, Botox Madonna. Remember the back, then sexy press photos of her 85 at Office Warner Bros. Stockholm, and she had a fling with Nick Jeans model. She was hot. I don't remember. One of the first things I ever heard about Madonna was she had a book of her in the buff. Never really. What is it? She was described by Jonathan Ross as the original MILF, which I thought was quite funny. I don't really know that much. Bonham and Bon Scott died at the start of the 80s. They did, yes. Just those people that. Same with John Lennon as well. Those people have always been dead, which I know that doesn't cut it with a lot of people, but I mean, as far as John Lennon was never alive, Elvis was never alive, John Bonham was never alive, and Bon Scott was never alive. When I was about, it was maybe 2 or something. I don't know. Time's a funny thing. All these people that are dying. Elvis needs to register with the neighbours. I don't understand that. But if you don't think Elvis is good, if you don't, I mean, okay, he might not be your favourite. He might not be the king to you, but he does deserve that accolade. It's like, if you watch the right Elvis thing, it might only be one song. It might just be In the Ghetto live or something. But when he's on, and it's like there's no way you're not going to go to an Elvis concert in 1970 and not just after it just be the man. There's much more to it than that. You know, you get the charisma, and okay, the songs are great. His band are fucking unbelievable. But and again, Mr. Whitesky, I don't really know that much about I don't know that much about the man himself, really. I know he died with a block of clay the size of a human forearm in his colon. But, you know, that's not really the side of it. When you see him doing, when he knows it, when you see him and he's like, he's pure going into the audience and getting off with every single woman in the crowd. You know, he's just pure full-on tongues with all of them. You're like, yeah. It's Elvis, though. You know what I mean? It's like, let's be honest here. You're at an Elvis gig and Elvis comes down and starts to totally snog your girlfriend. It's like, yeah, totally, go for it. Whoa! You know, it doesn't, that wouldn't hit me with any other band, but there you go. Because the night was made for lovers. Let's say. Stevie Nicks, is it something like that, or is that your someone was talking about earlier on? Rock the Casbah. God. That'll be your sort of the Clash. This is just so much music. How can you listen to all of it? Hey, Jesse's guitars. I'm pretty drunk now. I'm now on to just blatantly smoking fags in front of the TV. Ask me something. Go for it. And that's another manic Monday. Oh, again, there's these songs that you kind of know. I don't think Bob Geldof or the Boomtown Rats are particularly good, although that song's quite good. But he made a lot of fame out of Live Aid. I didn't know who he was. To be honest, I was 7 when Live Aid came on. I vaguely remember it being on the TV when I was out playing in the garden, and I remember mum and dad were watching it on whatever Saturday it was, and it was pure roasting. But I was out at a paddling pool or something, being 7, and my wee brother Andrew would have been 2. So I do kind of sort of remember it, but not to the point of remembering what music was. I knew Queen from Flash Gordon, the film, and to be honest, probably from Wayne's World. Watched the whole Live Aid show. I've seen the DVD of Live Aid. I mean, it must have been fucking amazing. Huge difference in the DVD from the British to the American one, because the British one, they filmed it, and in the American one, somebody recorded it on a VHS somewhere. They didn't bother keeping it, so it's like the sound quality from the DVD. I mean, we're going back to DVD here. It's hard to believe. I mean, you're watching me in 720, right? It's like DVD was 480. And the difference when DVD came out was like pure. I remember borrowing a DVD player off my pal, and it was like we're watching whatever the current James Bond film was. It was one after GoldenEye, and it was like, oh my god, look at the picture! It's pure. Because VHS was shit and TV was shit. You forget? When you watch TV, there was always fucking interference and bad sound, and you'd be sitting there with the tuning dial pure trying to move it a billionth of an inch to make it in tune so you could get. And a lot of the time, you could either get a good solid sound signal or a good solid picture. You couldn't get both. So you would kind of get the good solid and the slightly shaky picture. You just forget about these things. Oh. How about an 80s medley? I don't know enough 80s mid-early. I don't know enough 80s stuff. I should. There's lots. I mean, the thing is, I used to always confuse me when I watched Top of the Pops when I was a kid. And there would be guitars on stage, but I couldn't hear the guitars because I was used to a guitar sounding like the Beach Boys or Hank Marvin. That was what I thought a guitar sounded like. So you'd see these bands like your, Duran Duran and stuff, and they're playing guitars. I can see them, but I can't hear because there was so much effects and shit on. I remember seeing Geldof in Live Aid and knew nothing of what he did. Well, I didn't know anything about him until later on. It's like if you'd asked me when I was, I don't know, 14, 15 or whatever, who Bob Geldof was, he's the guy who did Live Aid. So he got a lot of fame from it. He's also in The Wall. So I'd have known him from that. Dad's Army. My dad, born in 1923, loved it. Nowadays, even do. I've not seen it for Dad's Army for ages. It was like the problem with Dad's Army was one of those ones that was on, and it would always be the same episode. But there was bits where it was like pure. I think it was actually at the start of one of the BBC videos. It was like a sort of compilation of comedy stuff at the start of a Blackadder, and it had the bit where it was like pure. It was a German officer. It's like that pure right. It's like, what is your name? It's like, don't tell him, Pike. There's that Pike. He's like, oh, Mr. Mannering. Mr. Mannering. That, yeah, some good stuff. You got it on the TV. He was solid. It was actually a decent actor in the right movie. That Bird Poet. What the fuck are you talking about, Billy? When they get really old, like old folks or what? I don't know. I remember my TV used to literally go have a pair of that used to do, you hit it and it would stop. Yeah. Brilliant task, smoking loads of blow. I didn't watch The Wall because Geldof was in it. I wasn't really that aware of who Geldof was when I watched The Wall. I've never been a huge The Wall fan. Maybe because it was so expensive, because I used to know lots of people that would have it. When people, when I was like, I don't know, 16, 17, everyone was, CDs were the in thing, and you would have the Beatles White Album and The Wall and shit, and it would be 30 quid. And The Wall, I love bits of it. I quite like the film. My favourite song on the film's not on the album. Don't you drive a more powerful car? I love that bit. And the Goodbye Blue Sky, which I could probably actually maybe even. Sure, it's that. Did you hear the pouring rain? I like that, but Pink Floyd never really got it for me, man. For a good quality stereo VCR. And the thing is, I don't think video was ever. I mean, the difference between, especially now when you're sitting there, 360 on YouTube is the absolute minimum you could watch. Some of my earlier videos are like that. You can, oh Jesus, it's like I've not even moved up to them, and that doesn't do 4K, so I don't know. But I think I can handle 720 is fine, but I can't imagine it. PAL versus NTSC. My pal used to have I think my pal had an NTSC telly that used to be able to do it for my Atari ST. He had a Toshiba telly that actually could do the NTSC. It ran at, it was like had an automatic switch in it that went between the two, and mine, whenever I put on a 60 hertz game, it just didn't work. But that was why, if you ever remember American TV, when you saw it in Britain, it had that supreme yellowy, blurry thing going on because it was just a different scan rate. I don't know how much difference it makes since then. Not the 9 o'clock news. You got 9 o'clock news. I used to like not the 9 o'clock news. I remember watching that when it was on and not really understanding half of it, but the other half was great. There was one I always remember. There's like a wee sketch, and it was a guy going into, I think it was in a public toilet, and he was like, unzipped his fly, did a piss, and then came a punk And he was like that pair. I think it was Rowan Atkinson dressed as a punk. He was like that pair. And he'd like a leather outfit covered in zips. So he was like, oh no. Trying to find his willy, and he's like, there. I always remember that from when I was younger. Why is Boomtown? I don't know. I don't know them. Maybe they do have good stuff. There's so much stuff going on that never came into my ether. Ever happened to Vertical Hold? Yep, let's remember these things, don't we? Yeah, man. Not too many good Floyd songs for me, just like the Beatles and Queen. Good bands, yet compared to Sabbath, Motorhead, or AC/DC, they weren't cutting it. I'm a massive Sabbath fan. I like, but I mean, I don't know. To a certain point, I don't like all Pink Floyd. I do like some of their stuff a lot, and I suppose the Beatles, it's all good. Some of it resonates with me, some of it doesn't, but it's all good. And Queen again, it's all great, but I don't know all of Queen. Whereas Sabbath, the first like 8 albums are just pure wall to wall fucking. I know every single fiber of their being. It really resonated with me for some reason, partly because nobody else liked them. Even AC/DC, I don't know. No, I mean they've got a sling of albums. It's like the whole thing about having some of my favorite songs are on albums, whereas the album isn't. I mean, that's when it comes in with my favorite song, Sabotage, Sympathy of the Universe. So what's the rest of the album like? Fucking just as good. So it's like, I've got my Sympathy of the Universe, which is, I don't know. By the time you put the start bit on and the end bit, it's probably what, 8 minutes or something. What's the rest of the album like? It's all just at that level. It's fucking straight. Whereas you get a lot of stuff like the Queen stuff, where the Queen Greatest Hits 1 is fucking brilliant, but the albums is that there are other songs that are good and I would have put on the Greatest Hits, and there's other ones where you kind of no, not this one, no, not this one. What's that one I was hearing? The Roger Taylor one. I'm in love with my car. It's not Flash Gordon, is it? Yeah, it doesn't quite do it. VHS mobile phones calling over the planet, writing over ARPA, net internet, like the old cell TV. Betamax was Betamax. We had Betamax was stereo, but it was blame the Americans, Joachim. But Betamax was way better quality. But blame the Americans. It was purely because of America it didn't work, and the reason that VHS beat Beta was American football games, because Beta didn't have a tape long enough to record an American football game. Although the game's only played for 90 minutes, by the time you put the adverts and all the breaks in, it was like 3 hours. So people in America wanted to be able to tape the game including all the adverts and all the shit in it. So they needed a 3-hour tape, which Betamax didn't do. That's why VHS won, even though Betamax was stereo and was a much higher picture quality. It was a Betamax that we had, so I was like a pure. And we're talking about that was bought in 1986, something like that. I remember the first time I saw Star Wars, I borrowed the video and the video recorder to watch Star Wars when I was a kid. Missed the old days of watching the 20-minute aerobic workout before school on TV. Well, they did about 3 minutes. Lasted about 3 minutes, I take it. Well, yes, I mean, it's strange. That's how I felt about Highway to Hell, iconic song, okay album. Maybe it depends on what it is you've hit. I'm sorry. It's got to that point. I've been needing a piss for ages. I've not quite finished my bucky. Do you mind talking about yourself for just 2 minutes? I need to piss. I do. I can't deny it. I can shout at you. Sorry. I couldn't hold that in any longer. It was one of those long ones where after about halfway through it, you go, oh man, am I still pissing? Try to push it harder. Yeah. I don't miss turning the LP. I do. Oh. Playing Pong, Joachim. Good stuff. I sort of remember Mr. Motivator a little bit. I don't know if we were responsible for the death of Betamax, of course. Was hanging out here when every other American is watching the Super Bowl. I have to turn my man card. Is the Super Bowl on just now? I went through a stage of watching the Super Bowl. I quite liked American football. Same with Iron Maiden, Marvelous Musicians, but nothing really appealed after Daniel List. No, there's some. No, I liked. I always thought that way about the Number of the Beast album because I had that one first. Run to the Hills, Number of the Beast, Rockin', rest of it. But then I ended up, my pal had Power Slave. Heard that and it was good all the way through. That's just one of those things. I mean, I don't like. Okay, maybe Black Sabbath Paranoid has. I mean, look what's on it. Paranoid, War Pigs, Bears Wear Boots, Iron Man. It's fucking what? It's like that's 3/4 of the album there. The other songs, it's not as good an album as Sabotage, although arguably none of the songs on Sabotage are quite as iconic as War Pigs and Paranoid and all that. Oneiden Line. I don't remember I kind of know it existed. I know it was like a 70s thing. It's probably really good. Like, I've got a film that I really want to fucking put online. I've got it downloaded and shit. It's just it won't let me put it on YouTube. I've tried putting it on without adverts and shit, called Threads, which is the most fucked up film you've ever seen ever. And it was a couple of days it took me to recover from it. So I want to put that online so you lot can see it and watch Threads, and then after it be like pure. It's fucking mind-blowingly horrendous Threads. I don't think you missed that much, Alexander. I've got a nice amp that you want. A 30-watt Marshall. Fucking that's what you want to be. You got to play with some volume, and a 30-watt Marshall is just going to cut it lovely. Sounds like 20 seconds. I've already had nearly a whole bottle of bucket and whatever size that bottle of beer was. Sometimes you got to piss. Sometimes you got my first motorcycle at 17. Wasn't really in the house much after that, except to sleep, so didn't see much TV. Yes, I didn't watch TV as a kid for that reason. And even when I was up until DVDs, really, whenever that was, or Freeview came on when I got Freeview on the telly, when the analog TV turned off and you got 20 channels or something, then suddenly this thing about having the TV on in the background became a thing. Before that, I never fucking watched TV when I was a kid. I'm really lucky that when I was, my mum used to buy like the Glasgow Herald, and it would have like the TV, and she would circle things with a biro, and that would be the only things that would actually, the TV wouldn't get turned on apart from that. So, you know, I don't know, Terminator's on, that would be circled, so we would watch Terminator. But if there was nothing on TV that would be interesting, the TV didn't go on. We didn't have 10 TVs in the house, there was only one, and it was like, just, it was much better. So I did watch Knight Rider, the A-Team, things like that, but that was because my mum had circled them in the paper, so the TV only went on. You didn't just put the TV on and see what was on, because, I mean, to be honest, when I was growing up, the TV was fucking terrible. It was like, it was awful. I mean, I remember, even when I sort of became of age, you know, when I was, I don't know, maybe 16, 17, on a Sunday, there literally would only be one channel on, or maybe two channels on, and they would both be horse racing, and that was it. So it's like, well, what else can I watch on TV? Horse racing. And it's like, I was just I was well educated enough to when there was nothing on TV, you turned it off and did something else. So I never watched the fucking Sweeney and all other crap late 70s, early 80s TV because I just didn't bother watching it. And occasionally there would be things I would watch that would set the video recorder, like your Red Dwarfs and shit like that would be a point of making a point of watching that. Songs of Praise, yeah, that was fucking all. I remember actually watching an episode of Songs of Praise. I must have been, I don't know, 16, 17. I knew who Rick Wakeman was, and Rick Wakeman was on it. And I don't know whether he's a big religious person or anything. I don't know. I mean, I was never not big keen on religion, but he was talking about, it's like, yeah, this song, pure love this track, da da da. He was going up here, see the way it goes from like the minor to the main, and it was like he would talk about it musically, and yeah, fucking great. I mean, there are bits where are fucking great, and because it's music, but he was talking about it for the music thing rather than being songs of praise, which didn't really make any sense to me. It was just people and Hi, Alexander. I've got an amp that you want. A big amp. I know your wee Donner one's fine, but you need a man's amp. And this is the best of the man's amps. Number of the Beast. Oh. That was the first Iron Maiden I ever heard. I can even picture where I was when I heard it. It was in a Church Drive in Lindsay. I remember my pal Bino having that in tape and putting it on in the car. We got the car, it wasn't his car. Put it on, and whoever's car it was wasn't in the car yet. Oh yeah, here we go. I like that. What's that? And it was Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. So that was the first Iron Maiden song I remember hearing. Anyhow, I'm gonna give up for the night. Have we hit midnight? We have hit midnight, haven't we? But we're past midnight. I should have played the old 2 minutes to midnight, which I don't remember. I wish I knew. I can't really play that much Iron Maiden enough at all. It's disgusting. I'm a bass player, so I can play the bass to most Iron Maiden, but I can't play the guitar. Yeah, so cheers everyone. Number of the Beast was a field of a bottle of QC and 6 cans of Guinness. It was probably really good then. Yeah. Radio on a Sunday daytime, Wichita linesman. Someone else mentioned Glenn Campbell earlier on. Glenn Campbell. That's something I would change. If I went back in time to when I was like 15, 16, started buying records, I would have bought more Glenn Campbell records, because Glenn Campbell is fucking great. And the Wichita Lineman and Galveston and Glenn Campbell, proper from Butte, apparently. But I mean, yeah, Glenn Campbell's fucking amazing. But again, not just in the being able to play the guitar really fast and play things that are difficult, but having taste with it, like Paul Gilbert, which I feel has a level of taste. Whether it's silly or not is beside the point, but Paul Gilbert's got more taste than Satriani or Vai, even though by far Paul Gilbert is the number 3 in the Ibanez rostrum. Do you know what I mean? It's like Paul Gilbert's, he's been there since, I don't know, fucking 1990 or something like that. Steve Vai, Satriani, Paul Gilbert. That's the order it goes in. But Paul Gilbert, he's got an element of taste, which I don't think Vai or Satriani have, where they can just play musically very complicated things, but not something you can hum or remember. Whereas Paul Gilbert tends to be really silly and musically complicated, but also pure catchy is a big thing that gets me. Glenn Campbell did the same thing as we said before. Iconic songs surrounded by mess songs. Possibly, yes. I don't even know whether is he one of those folk that's got actual albums. Same with like the Beach Boys. Beach Boys 20 Golden Greats is fucking banging start to the finish. That's great. But even their albums that are pure amazing, like Pet Sounds, it's quite slow and ploddy for a lot of it, and it's that's interesting and really good. Is it something you can hum or want to listen to again? No. Whereas 20 Golden Greats is just bangers all the way. But yeah, I'd imagine that's the same with Glenn Campbell. Well, it depends which greatest hits you buy or what it was that they put in order to make who did these albums. I didn't even realize that you got albums were actually chosen by the band, because for me, that the start albums were like the Stones album. The Stones were the first band I really get into that were, and it was like every album you saw was a greatest hits of some. I didn't realize they actually got actual Stones records until I had Hot Rocks and More and Roll Gold and Through the Past Darkly. So the first 3 or 4 Stones albums I had were all compilations. They all had remarkably different songs on them, but I didn't realize you actually got an actual chosen by the band album. Charlie Manson and the Beach Boys, yeah, ridiculous. Bring Songs of Praise back. Christianity needs to make a strong comeback. Oh dear, I don't know, Billy, man. All religion is just going to run out. It's the ability to listen, to believe something that you know isn't true is kind of overpowering, and you just end up in, I don't know, it's like, I don't think we ever had it as bad here. I mean, I know you get the Rangers Celtic thing where they've managed to make it so that half of Glasgow hates the other half of Glasgow purely on the fact that we go to church on a Sunday only, whereas you go during the week as well. Bastards! Fuck off! How? Why are you arguing about this? Because it's been set up to do that. I don't. Well, I suppose I am Christian in some ways, christened and all that. There you go. But I mean, I just see. I struggle to see the beyond the evil of what you can do if you're mad into religion. It's like, I'm pure mad into whatever religion it is. I can twist this so that I can kill people. Right. Not really religious then, are you? But you're using it as an excuse. You know, thou shalt not kill. Well, that might be one of the 10 commandments, and it's the first one, which is quite important. But I'm choosing to believe that the thou shalt not kill only applies to other people of my specific denomination of Christianity. So I'm Catholic, so thou shalt not kill. Protestants, you can kill them. They're fucking, you meant it, and all that. Fuck off. So I don't want to get religious. I'm getting quite drunk. We had a ton of it. Like, who's Glenn Campbell fan? I'm sure they were all good, but you get like bad. I mean, even if it comes down to, I don't know, any kind of music, I kind of am more into the sort of upbeat stuff. So I mean, I can listen to like a Corey's album or something like that, where it's like, you know, you got your sort of Robert the Bruce, yeah, that's great. Whereas if it's sort of tring Robert the Bruce, no. I just like things that are a bit more up tempo. The kind of why I never really used to like Pink Floyd very much, because I didn't think they were very much. But I suppose if it's one of those things, if you either like it or you don't like it, without any musical ability, the musical ability thing should come later. Whereas up here, this song's pure amazing. Why do I like it? Oh, look, he's got fancy guitar in it. Oh, look, it's in a funny key. Oh, it does this. Yeah, but you've already liked it. That's fine. And then you get something, you go, why don't I like this? Oh, and then we think about it. Oh my God, it's fucking awful. The singing's pure terrible. I don't like the way that. You either like it or you don't like it, and that's what's important. And I'll just stand by that with anything. It's, again, certain point with guitars. Some guitars I like aren't particularly good, but I really like it because it's got a thing and does it, you know. Hey Scott, you fell asleep on the sofa. Did we discuss Eric Clapton being a wank? Not tonight, no. I can only go from personal experience with Eric Clapton, and he's a wank. Yeah. Good dick. Trying to sleep, I was awakened by flashbacks from my time spent in Poontang during the war. Can still hear the screams. I was actually going to send you a video earlier on, Mr. White. What was it from? Oh man, it was a guy that was totally you, and he looked exactly the same as you, sounded exactly the same as you. What the fuck was he talking about? Something mental. Was he a flat earther? I can't remember. No, what was it? Oh fuck, it's really annoying me. I need to look through I'll send you the video, Mr. White. But the guy totally the double of you. What was it? Fucking, I can't remember the subject. But he looked and sounded identical. Back in Poontang. Each to their own, don't judge. Yeah, well, again, if you're each to your own and you don't judge, I don't judge yourself. I don't know. But the thing is, it's an ingrained thing that gets me. It's like the pure, you know, it's like, oh, my family have always hated Catholics. It's like, yeah, well, my grandpa did. My grandpa was not saying anything against him, but he was still in. He was in whatever it is. It's higher than the Orange Order, the Black Order, or some pish like that. I don't even know, but he was very anti-cat. I remember a couple of times he talked. It was like when I'm talking about when you actually meet someone who's. It's not even racist, is it? It's just that whole all those people are scum, and he was like his point was. I remember this is when I was like, I don't know, fucking up under 10 anyway. He told me it's like, you can't let the Catholics into your firm because as soon as you let a Catholic in, they'll only hire Catholics. And which, to be honest, I think is probably sort of true, kind of. But even then, you're like, well, but these are just people. Whoa. But I remember, I don't know, fucking just, it's really shit the way it's worked, and it's been fucking, I don't know. It kind of upset me a little bit. It's just like it did come in, and I was like, I thought he was just totally wrong. That didn't happen. And then when I started working in the co-op in Kirky, this is like not that long ago. I would be 17, something like that. You know what I mean? So mid 90s, late 90s, and turning up, and the first thing he asked me when I was happy, "What? How are you, Hunter or Tim?" And I was like, "What?" So I don't think I'm either. I was like, which school did you go to? It's like Lindsay Academy. Right, and the guy stormed straight to the manager. That's fucking 2 Huns you've hired in a row, and it was like that was the other side, and you're like, what? Some of us, it doesn't mean a fucking lot to some people. And I also was told that I would never let this is when I was like 16 or 17, talking to a guy who was a dick. He was a dick, that's fine. He wasn't evil, he was just a dick. Telling us up, if I had a daughter, I know that. Yes, this when we're 16, I wouldn't let him go out with a proddy. It's like, because we're just better than you. And it was like, really? We're just better than you. Fucking, we're both fucking ridiculous. God, franchising system. My brother went in history as a wee bit. Had to leave 4 jobs because I didn't support Rangers or Celtic. That's it. I mean, I've honestly never supported either because I hated the whole fucking fighting thing. Because I didn't even. Honestly, I wouldn't know. Say I met or joined a band with you guys, like random of you, I wouldn't know whether, or even ask, or give a shit about what religion you were. And I even remember getting it from when I was in the after the end at the start when Rob the drummer, who's just passed away, but and it was like he was. I was going to say that I'm not going to make this joke because I know you're a Rangers man. I'm like, really? You think I'm a fucking Rangers man? What the fuck? And it was, it's like I don't know. So it's just such a bad thing to be. Anyway, you've got to hate these other people who believe in 95% exactly the same religion that you're in, apart from different enough. You hate them, and you're like, oh man, I don't know. Fucking bad through Glasgow, yeah, it is totally. Enjoy Celtic fans calling it Douglas Ross as a wank. The problem I've got with that, Scott, is though everyone should realise that he's a wank. It shouldn't be down to Celtic fans. Again, it's like the old Indy thing as well. All your Celtic fans will all vote for Indy. Whether they're a mad racist idiot or not, they all will. Whereas on the Rangers side, any sane person will, but you'll get the absolute nutters who'll go against it because we're just better than you. That thing fucks me up. So I don't understand. I say I'm an agnostic. Nobody knows if there's a God, and don't let them tell you different. Yeah, I don't know. See, the agnostic thing comes in when it's like you don't know. It's like, but the thing is, I think any atheist who doesn't believe something, get proof. I'll change my mind. I don't like Les Pauls, right? I don't. I've never really played one I've really got on with. It doesn't mean that if you give me a Les Paul that is what I think it should be and is really good, I'll convert to Les Pauls. Totally. I will not go, oh, this is a really good guitar. I really like this. But because previously I've said I don't like Les Pauls, I don't like it. No. I will change my mind given more information. Better information, you know what I mean? It's like you can't. The Mighty Heart of Midlothian. Maybe I was just lucky to not really be that involved in it. It's like it boils down to it's like your fucking Hearts or Hibs, which are Edinburgh Rangers and Celtic, are playing in, I don't know, the fucking European whatever it is. Yeah, totally go for it. Hearts or Hibs or Celtic or whatever, the Scottish team. Yeah. Whereas guaranteed if it's Hibs, then all the Rangers fans and all the Hearts fans will be wanting them to lose, even though they're fucking Scottish. Like, what? Fuck off. But it does me no injury for my neighbour to say there are 20 gods or no gods. It neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg. Thomas Jefferson, well, he's an American president or something, isn't he? It makes sense to me. Well, that's fine. As long as, oh, yeah, totally. To be honest, believe whatever you want, really, but don't push it on me. What's that? Partick Thistle. Yeah, I couldn't tell you there. There you go, Scott. Partick Thistle or Partick Thistle. Catholic with F's. Catholic or Prodigy team. I don't know. But Billy, you're going to quote fucking Dark Side of the Moon to me. Not the one. You quote something of megalomania or like something of sabotage. It's a safe answer in Glasgow. Partick Thistle. Yeah, totally. I have to say that I did go to, of the 2 football games I've ever been to, one was Rangers and Aberdeen when I was in about 1986, so I would have been 8, and the other one was Clyde in about 2006 or some 2010, and I really enjoyed the Clyde game because I don't think it had the same. I understand the hating the other side, right? They're bastards because they're the other team. I get that, but the thing that happened when I saw Clyde was I can't even remember who it was they were playing. They were fucking abuse going across, but after it was like you're going to your car and shit. Everyone was probably brand new. It was great. I fucking I don't know. It's bizarre. Billy Connolly's team, Scotland. Yeah. Used to say live and let live. Yeah. I always said Live and Let Die because that was the first music. One of the first cassettes I ever had for my Walkman was the James Bond. I don't know how far it went. It had Thingy on it. It had Dancing to the Fire on it, so it must have been like an late 80s one. I don't know if it had The Living Daylights or View to a Kill on it, but you know that Bond tape, I would love it. Speaking of Clyde, Broadwood is one of the coldest places on earth. Not been there for years, but used to work up. It was fucking cold. And because it's right, it's kind of slightly up a hill with however many fucking degrees that is. 100 degrees of absolutely open. This is the highest point in 100 miles. Wind, yes, it was fucking cold. I'll give it that. Yeah, I'm sure I can play it. When you were young and your heart was an open book, you used to say, live and let live. You know you did, you know you did, you know you do. But if there's ever a changing world in which we live in, make sure give it a cry. So live and let die. Live and let die. Live and let die. Just take money to you when you got a job to do. You gotta do it well. You gotta be a fella. Yeah. Currently driving to Scotland in Forza. Does Forza go to this car? Wow, amazing. Wind comes right off the camp. Says been to a load of the Angus grounds on the coast, but Broadwood's still colder. It's I'll be honest, it was fucking cold when I was there. It really is. And you're sitting there and you've got a roof, but that roof is fucking way up there. The wind's coming at you like this. You're just sitting there, it's fucking cold. I did like it. What I really liked about the small football games, like at Broadwood, was when I was there was like a linesman who looked a bit like Hen Brune, sort of quite tall moustache, and you would just shout at individual people. And I remember it's like it was kind of sort of, but that whole thing about being in a football stadium and like the striker from the other fucking side misses a shot, puts it over the bar, and I would go, "Oh, John, you're a pure knob," and fucking John would turn around and go, "Oh, fuck you." That was like that. It was like that. Yeah, I fucking loving this, but it was so much being able to separate it as soon as the game finished. It's like pure. Ultimately, you're in here and there's like, I don't know, 100 folk on your side, Clyde, and another side, and fucking St. Mirren. I can't even remember who it was. Doesn't matter. All bastards. And then it came to as soon as you were going out through the turnstiles, up here, right, come up here. There was no. It didn't run further than that, which I think is an element of the Rangers Celtic thing is in there. But people get stabbed and beaten up proper, even though a certain amount of them is it's a kind of it's just a fun thing, you know. You just you fucking dick, and it's all the banter. But I don't know. Take me through the centuries to supersonic years. Electrifying enemies are drowning in their tears. All I have to give you is a love that never dies, the symptom of the universe. It's written in your eyes. Yes. No, I have no. I mean, I don't know when it was I decided that Sabotage is the best album. Sympathy of the Universe is my favourite song of all time. Sabotage is my favourite album of all time. I've decided to accept that. I love lots of other stuff, but that is the one that does me. We built that white bit at Fir Park. I fucking don't even know what Fir Park is. No idea. I do like Duran Duran. Yes. Well, enough of it. I've not. Was it Duran Duran that did Rio? I sort of. Oh, I can't remember how you play.
Her name is Rio, and she dance.
I can't remember.
About to turn it down across the river. And when she does it, they can make it to the sun. The time and I go to the
Yeah, no, they're great. I don't know any of their stuff. Don't have any of their albums, but I mean, yeah, fucking great. Great stuff. Yeah, Rent Boy. See, that's the thing. The fucking I don't even know whether which side Billy's on with a proddy fucking or Hun Tim thing. I don't even give a shit. Whatever. Adopted a Duran Duran look in the 80s. Saw a lot of action. Well, there you go. Yes. I mean, just because it wasn't my thing. I remember there being a year at school when I was in primary school, and neon socks were the thing, and just being pure whatever it was after whatever summer holidays, I couldn't believe how many folk were wearing like fluorescent yellow and pink socks. But whoa, I mean, it doesn't mental would wear them now if they came up. But there you go. How about the church? The Church of Satan. That's what I found out a little bit about the Church of Satan. Actually, you can join the Church of Satan, and the Church of Satan is a non-religious organisation. Did you know that? It's not actually Satan worshippers because they know that Satan doesn't exist, so why would you worship someone that doesn't? It's basically the Church of Satan is not religion. So it's like, yeah, I'm just not religious, so I'll join the Church of Satan. Not that I want to join the Church of Satan, but you know what I mean. Anyhow, that's been another half hour. I've managed to talk shite over the top of this. The band, there's a band called The Church. It's a shit name for a band. I'll give it that. But no, I've never honestly ever even heard of them. I do quite like Striper, who are white metal, which is religious metal. And as I've been talking about recently, the first ever Christian rock album is Master of Reality by Black Sabbath. That's why it was intentionally so. It's even got the lyrics on the back of the record sleeve because they wanted people to know that they weren't worshipping Satan, which was a big thing at the start. They weren't Black Widow. Come to the Sabbath. Come to the Sabbath. Satan's there. They weren't that. They were. There's a couple of songs out of NIBs about Satan falling in love with a human, and that's kind of it. I think about Satan-y Sabbath songs. I wear boots. I can wear any colour of socks. Not even the same pair. Quite right. Yeah, I don't know. I need to, that's a good. I even bought the albums of because I knew come to the Sabbath, come to the Sabbath. Satan's. I quite like the song. And I bought the record and this a couple of CDs, and one of them was like, yeah. Even in the liner notes on the CD was, well, they'd done one album which was a big hit, and then the other two albums were shit. This is the first of those two albums, and you're like, right. And then the other one I bought was, well, they did the first album, which was quite good, and then they did a second album, which was really shit, and then the third one, which is even shitter. This is the third album, and they weren't very good. Don't know the Cult either. I saw a band in Kirky. I saw the Doors in Club Bliss, or the Doors for Dundee or whatever they were, and their support band played nothing but Cult songs, and I don't really get. Reminder: Satan is the bad guy, not a Christian. I don't know. The problem with the Satan thing is it's like anyone, you've got to believe in God to believe in Satan. So if you are a proper Satanist, you've got an awful lot more in common with a Christian than I do, because I don't believe in either of them. So, yeah. A 666 patch in the back. I remember watching a thing on, it was QI, so it must be true, with Stephen Fry. And the 666 thing was a translation error, because when the Bible was transferred from Latin, it was the number is 606 or 616, the number of the beast, and whoever it was translating it went 616. It sounded better if it was 666. Yeah, all bollocks, all bollocks. Evil is as real as good. Simple, possibly, yes. But the thing is, to say, we should get there and was like, well, why wouldn't you choose to be nice? Why wouldn't you choose to just be nice? Because then the world's slightly better. You know what I mean? It's like, why do I let folk out at junctions? Why do I smile at people when I pass them in the street? I don't need to. It doesn't really make any difference. But everyone just makes the world that much better. Because if everyone did that, the world would be better. Same with the littering thing. I don't litter at all. Kind of quite a thing about littering. You know, if I've got to finish a packet of crisps, they go in my fucking pocket and I put them in a bin. I don't just throw the crisp packet away. It's like, because even though I know that I'm only one in a gazillion people, and everyone else in that gazillion people might just throw the crisp packet away, but I don't. I put it in my pocket, so I make the world slightly better. I have not seen any UFOs. I'm not drunk enough to actually get into that. Did you share your girlfriend with your friends or no? Of course I don't, fuck's sake. What the fuck? We're getting a bit. I think everyone else is getting a bit drunk. Why can't I use a female socket with a female socket programming? Well, that's it, isn't it? Yeah, totally. Seen lots of GSOs. I've seen my fair share of GSOs as well, and yeah, it's like you can't see any just now. None of these are GSOs. Just Steve Harris wore on stage. The number of the beast 664. The bloke next door. Well, there you go. Aye. We're not something to get the Australian police as well, because it's 999 here, and it's upside down. It's 666. Anyhow, right, fuck it. I'm going to go to bed now. I've had enough of the shenanigans. I'm starting to feel a little bit ropey with the bucky, but been enjoying it. Thanks everyone for joining in again. Fucking great. I love the fact that I don't have to do anything really. It was Scott that was up there. Like, what guitar you looked out for tonight? And it was like, none. I might look out my P bass. So I've got the Schecter out. So looking at these things you don't get. And I think I might play this week. It's awful good. The thing I don't want to do is I don't want to put this in the fight. This against the FGN. I don't think it's really going to work. Take it easy. So, I'm running down the road, trying to loosen my load. I can tell you on my mind. Oh, you wanna hold me more. That's a really good version of that one. There will be a holy war. I know. That's it, innit? It's like pure yes. how do you get people to do everything that's completely against everything that they believe in and their interests? Make it a holy war. I saw a house in Dublin with a big Jesus statue in the window. Would have loved to have brought the house down the road and put Satan in the window. The house was 666 James Road, Dunlum. Awesome. I don't know. Would it really? I just wouldn't. It's like you'd have to believe in Satan, or it depends on what you're into. I suppose doesn't make you evil. I mean, there's a Thin Lizzy song called Holy War. Immediately, I went for there's a Manowar song called Holy War. But I don't know the Thin Lizzy one. It's just that's how you. Dio, just a random Dio. There's a nunnery in Turkey actually, which I actually saw the other day when I was out for a walk. It depends how you twist it. I think my thing about the religion thing, it's generally meant to be good. Back in the days when there wasn't any, why not just kill people? Why don't I just go out and kill everyone and then I can just steal all their stuff? Trying to make people who thought that way to go, oh no, hold on, if I just go and kill people and steal all their stuff, I'll go to hell. Whereas if I'm nice, I'll go to heaven. That kind of makes sense a little bit. It just doesn't cut in now, and a lot of the most evil people I've ever heard of are super religious, because suddenly it becomes, God told me to kill this busload of children, but I believe that. I'm pretty sure if God did exist, he wouldn't want that, but there you go. I don't know. Anyhow, rock on, love you all. I don't want to say anything that I'm going to regret more than I normally do. That's deniable. Rainbow, well, you're just talking about Dio, Rainbow, Sabbath, and Dio solo stuff. I think that's your career. Bang, is where Dio is the lot. The Rainbow, the Sabbath, and then the Dio. They fit in. There's a fantastic greatest hits career thing there. Not that I'm saying there's anything wrong with the Sabbath with Dio in it, but they're Dio, they're not Sabbath anymore. Mate used to live next door to a church where they were singing hymns. My mate blasted Sabbath. The thing is, Sabbath's fucking religious. They've got a Christian rock album. Master of Reality is a Christian rock album. Look up the words to After Forever. It's all super. It's pro religion, pro God, anti Satan. So I mean, I would never really have considered that. I mean, Sabbath invented everything, right? Everything that's anything to do with heavy metal or doom, they invented. They did invent Christian rock as well with. Paul Gilbert's Dio album, and just like that, and he's playing. Did you notice Scott? I sent you a video, like he's playing an Ibanez Ghost Rider, which would have been my first guitar. Well, when I went to buy my Epiphone SG, so it would be my third guitar technically, but the first one I'd bought with my own money. The guy in Victor Morris was trying to sell me an Ibanez Ghost Rider. It was 450 quid, and I had 200 quid, so it wasn't really in. So I could have had an Ibanez Ghost Rider, which is a really thick neck. It kind of looks a bit like a double cut Telecaster, but it's got a really. It's one of the Art Core. It's like a jazz guitar, but it's kind of equal pointed RG thing. But it looks amazing. Oh, you'll know Dio Acker Black. I mean, just look up. What's the song? The one I really like with a really horrible keyboard in it. Rainbow in the Dark by Dio. Just look up that. Fucking amazing. I mean, Dio has the most amazing vocal lines, and it worked. He managed to fucking work with with Richie Blackmore and write songs. And then he went into Sabbath once Ozzy left and wrote songs. And then he did his own stuff and wrote songs. So, like, the 10 or 12 song Dio greatest hits in chronological order has some Rainbow songs, some Sabbath songs, and some of his solo songs. It was amazing how he managed to make them all sound like himself. Because, like, the Dio Rainbow stuff sounds more like Sabbath than any Rainbow stuff, and the stuff with Sabbath sounds more like Rainbow than any Sabbath stuff, and then it's amazing. What a real F-holes. Willie Dio. Plaster from AJ. I actually was going to put it up on my Facebook page, the guitars page. There's looking through the photos on my phone. One of them was was it Richie's plastering or something, and their tag on the back of the van was like a picture of Lionel Richie, and it was like, "Ain't no feeling like plastering the ceiling." Quick look, mad teeth, that Dio guy. No, honestly, Acker Care Black. Get some Dio on. He was in Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny. I think it was one of the last things he did. He died 10 years ago, but yeah, he does. I don't think he's got funny teeth. He's got kind of thinny hair, and he's only about that height. But I mean, what a fucking voice! Kill the King by Rainbow, Heaven and Hell, Die Young by Sabbath, and then Holy Diver or Stranger in the Dark or We Rock by Dio. It's just fucking great. Anyhow, I'm needing the toilet again, so I'm going to go to sleep. I love you all. Thanks very much. This week, you can send me any ideas for videos. I don't know. I'm trying to mix them up a bit, but I don't really have any. So the best business name in Airdrie was the pet grooming place, Captain Dugwash. I like that. That is good. I don't know if it's my favourite name. There was a Bonnie Tyler who did like a tiling company, which I thought was pretty good. There was a Chinese in Springburn called Wok and Wool, which I thought was quite good. I don't know what's the case. I'll check out your cover, Irish Stew. Yeah, totally. It's only because I'm at the band I'm in play it, and we've got Ozzy on singing, so it's not going to be as good because it doesn't have Ozzy on singing, or it doesn't have Mad Brian, who looks like a cross between Frankie Howard and David Walliams, which I'm going to definitely have to somehow try and squeeze that into the next gig we do. That's what before we get back in, I might go in the band next week with the Sabbath band. I'm going to send the video of the gig to everyone because I thought it was fucking great, and I loved the patter we had on stage. But I was being a dick, and so was everyone else. It was fucking great. I have to have a photo of my Grant P base Chinese food review video. If only I could go to China again. The foods in China was in a different level. It was not like what we get as Chinese food. I've not really had any Chinese food since I came back because when you're actually in China, it's fucking something else. Anyhow, decent cover. Yeah, I totally believe you. Yeah, totally. I get it, Irish Stew. It's just, a wee bit showing, not seeing your face, and getting that a little bit difficult to watch unless it's something I really want to see. I get you're enjoying doing it. It's fucking great. Anyhow, I'm going to bed. Love you all. Catch you all later during the week. Tons of shite. Usual pish. Rock on!